And welcome back to the Tomb of Annihilation, the last resort company. When we last left our heroes, they had broken the mirror of the life trapping, freed the denizens within, and slayed the monsters which also happened to be placed within it. Yaru, the Yuan-Ti, was also reunited with the party. He's here to collect a certain artifact. Clad Zolbrus is a drow who seems to be hell-bent on getting treasures. You went around and of course Ezri has joined the party, a powerful paladin of Chult. In their heyday, they were the guardian and right-hand man or woman to Napaka, the queen of Omu. And you delved into Unk's tomb after overcoming a very Temple of Doom-styled boulder and a pit of acid. The doors opened, revealing these Minotaur skeletons, which Yasin managed to pull off the most anime move of all time, with the steel wind strike, hacking down one immediately and severing the bones of many more. Ignea was in a tricky situation, but they managed to bamf out and pop a few with Eldritch Blast. Meanwhile, Carrick, an absolute tank, managed to somehow survive a battering with the Minotaur's axes and finally spiritual weapon them down with the help of Vaughn. And meanwhile, Esri was stuck inside this labyrinth maze, going from bloody corridor to dead ends. And eventually you found a double door section of the maze, which you heaved open and saw a Minotaur charging down from the other end of the corridor. It was like 3 rounds of you just running towards each other. And then finally, when you come to clash, you just flew over his head and you missed with his battle axe. And you managed to get past him towards what looked to be a large basin and a scintillating colored key, which you brought back from this mystical realm and back into the actual tomb itself. Finished off the last Minotaur skeleton with a hefty smite and then opened the sarcophagus, revealing the small remains of a shell. And there was a cape buried beneath a load of salt. A horrific way for a snail to go. But Unk has been freed. They seem very on the fence about helping you guys. Even the other spirits tried to convince them this is a foul evil that must be defeated. And Unk was like, well, let's hear their side of the story first. And after that, you found another secret passage. Oh no, right. A strange grandfather clock was chiming in one little area here, and Carrick detected a sense of necromancy about it. Wongo promptly asked Carrick to smash it, as he usually does, and you finally obliged, and you would have gained inspiration. I think you used it straight afterwards as well.
I
To
did,
actually,
yeah.
yeah, no use holding on to that. So you unlocked the weird illusionary compartment and found a using the invisible key that Yasin had found miraculously, and you found the strange spherical like object. It seems to be like a gem about fist size, and you've no idea what it is or what it does yet. You've not yet really identified it, but it seemed separate from the grandfather clock. It was actually the part of the pendulum that swung back and forth. Either way, you've got a hold of that now, and came back round the steps, interrupted by a few gargoyles as you tried to go down the corridor. Seems they required some sort of tariff or payment before you could leave this chamber, and it cost you all at least 40 gold each. Eventually, it came down to just I think Yaru and Tlad who didn't pay up, so they're currently over by the other stairs, waiting for your return. You found a strange lizard that could speak. He happened to be maybe awakened by some druid. He spoke of his adventures with the company of the Yellow Banner and how he'd been used to set off traps and scout ahead. He just wants to get out of here, but he was helpful in telling you that he saw a skeletal figure, and also he saw a large frog-like creature. I think he didn't mention that part, but he definitely saw a skeletal figure rush through this wall, a secret door, just above where you were standing. Inside, there was depictions of a city being burnt and crushed by a lava flow, and there was a single torch, holes in the ceiling, and as you put out the torch, suddenly lava began to spill out. And Carrick, you were teleported into another chamber, and a series of these chambers had you either work out a strange, like, task in order to overcome. You found the dead body of the Slard, and Nang Nang was still here. Yes, and you picked up the actual, what's it called? Is it what did Nang Nang have? That's something that's been bugging me for ages now.
We didn't. It was a little circle. It was like an egg-looking thing. We didn't. We never identified it. We don't know what it did because 99 doesn't share.
That's true, right? Nang Nang doesn't share. Okay, let me get to the bottom of this. Nang Nang has something I'm intrigued in finding out. All right, they were in the Dungeons of Deception. 24. Okay, all right. Find out. Gonna get to the bottom of this because you've got the item now, at the very least. Okay. It is. Yeah. So Nang Nang also had a bottle with them as well. That's something you would have probably picked up on the way out because they had that on them as well. So Yasin, you have a bottle, and you have the other thing, which is a pearl. That's what they had. Cool. All right. So, other than that, though, it seemed like the Slard may have drowned, and then the next chamber had no air, no light, and you had to breathe through a strange bone. And finally, the final chamber had sand pouring from the ceiling, and you had to quickly unlock the button on the Medusa's skeleton before a trapdoor beneath you opened, revealing a roller of effectively spikes and meat grinders. Finally, overcoming all of those traps together, you've opened the spring-loaded door and entered into a chamber filled with terracotta statues. All of them simultaneously turn, unsheath their swords a few inches as Yasin accidentally steps on some of the clay pottery here, and it litters the floor in a crisscross section in between where you can actually see the sarcophagus itself lays. There is depictions of a cat-like creature on the sarcophagus lid, and there seems to be 3 plinths in the room at the north, east, and south side. All of them seem to have some sort of rune carved onto the top, and that is where we left off. Everyone's standing there, trying to be in silence, and you remember Carrick recalled one of the plaques warnings that the army sleeps in silence, and so you was in the process of casting said silence spell as quietly as you could. And I think for the purposes of this, I would like you to roll something to make this subtle. I guess it's a stealth check is the best option we've got.
Ooh.
And if you
Can
can,
I
yeah,
channel divinity to
as long as your channel
give myself
divinity doesn't
proficiency?
also cause sound, yes.
I don't. I think it's just as an action.
Okay,
I don't
then
know.
yeah, you can in that case.
Okay, so it'll just help a little bit. And
Let's
here
hope
we
it does.
go. Oof, not great.
Okay. 12, right?
Hmm.
Let's check. Where's my passive perception? There it is. Okay. So, you really do try to keep it quiet, like muttering the spell, but you know you need to at least enunciate the words for the spell to pull from the weave. And so it comes out as like as a sharp whisper, like almost stage whisper, right? And it doesn't seem as though this actually perturbs the soldiers here. It is enough to beat their passive perception,
Oh,
and thus your silent spell does activate.
yeah. So I would have it be just so it would be hitting Like it doesn't need to hit the back of the room, but it would hit everybody in between us and the.
Yeah, you've centered it on the sarcophagus itself.
Yeah, I think if I could move that, if I could move that just
Oh,
a
or do you
nudge,
want it here?
a nudge to the left. Yeah.
Is there
Well,
good?
maybe not fully. Yeah.
No.
Well, maybe. Yeah. Yeah, that's fine, I guess.
You want just ping where you want it to go. Yeah.
Maybe. Yeah. Maybe there. Just so. Yeah.
There.
Cool. Great.
Okay. We're happy
Because
there.
the sound can't travel through it, so even the ones in the
Understood.
back, even if we. Oh, do I see that goddamn skeleton?
I love how you just noticed it. Yes, as soon as you cast
Stun
this
it.
spell, everyone's like concentrating on trying to keep quiet. And at that very moment, you see that this skeletal figure on the far end of the room suddenly appears in existence. And he, of course, is one of these skeletal keys. I think he might indeed have the octagon head. And he gives you a little ways before he begins stepping up onto the wall here.
Yeah. Can I stun him?
Oh no, is he in range?
Or
Yeah,
60
shit, he is. All right, roll initiative. Let's see if you can go for it before him. I'm just gonna add you guys to it.
God.
These fucking keys.
I love it. You're like, ugh. All right, where is it?
Bad.
There it is.
Oh, he rolled shit.
They...
Damn it. A natural 1. Lord help me. Okay, Carrick, you're gonna get the stun off. Wongo in your mind is reeling and reveling, but as you try to stun it, you do it as quietly as possible. All right, jeez. Is it a wisdom save? Yeah,
Oh yeah, I can target him. Yeah.
that's all right. I'll do it. Yeah, that's a
think I-
fail.
Excellent.
Okay, so he climbs up onto this. He's got 1 foot on the wall here, and he's kind of like at a weird odd angle. But of course, he suddenly freezes up as a psionic blast silently assaults his mind. The statues remain, all of them, focused and facing your direction right now.
Carrick will kind of just still whispering, just because like, he's not in the silence, but we've got a moment.
Okay, Esri, what do you want to do? We'll start with you as you're at the top of the initiative as well.
Okay.
You would have had an action.
I can't quite get there, but I could get to here.
How are you getting to here? That's my question.
Oh, wait, no, I couldn't. I need to double move to get. I need to dash at. I'm fine moving through here because it's in silence. I don't have an issue with that. I'm just gonna
Okay.
try and get over there. Closer, because I have no ranged shit.
Sure.
Oh man. I need to give you something.
Or do I have ranged shit? Yes, I do. I do
Good.
have ranged
You have
shit.
you have some javelins, right?
I have a short bow.
Yeah, you do.
Shoot dex. So I have javelins.
Okay.
So yeah.
I want to point out though, he is not in the silenced area.
No.
Just want to point that out.
No.
Well, that sounds like a him problem.
I wouldn't be making the noise.
Well,
He'd be
you're
making
not in. I mean, you're not in the silent. They're watching you right now. They can see you drawing an arrow back. It's all up to you if you want to do this.
But I'm not gonna make a noise. He's gonna make a noise.
Some warped logic there, but let's hope it's
If I
sound enough.
stand in the silence spell,
I
there's
mean,
no way I can make sound and make
it might
hear it.
I would say at
right.
this
It might
point,
make like
Kubazan would
roar.
just say, "Just fire.
Okay.
It matters not, even if we have to contend with 1,000 foes, and no army can stand before us."
Oh no.
You are reckless, remember.
Mm-hmm. Chris.
Lord.
Oh.
He's stunned though. You can see he's not
Yeah.
moving. He's just like stuck there.
Yeah, I don't even. Do I have anything that would be slightly less stupid? I don't.
And then also Carrick Wongo would speak to you as well, and he's urging you to smash as many as you can, and as many
yeah.
as possible in one go. I've seen you do stuff like that.
I just didn't take my move, but I'll move
Okay.
up here.
Sure. You can make a diagonal movement here because Jason is standing there, and he's on the pottery right there. There's pottery underneath.
Yeah, but I
Yeah.
won't. Yeah, I think that's only for like
1.
20.
Yeah,
20
only
feet
4
above.
movement.
Nice.
Yeah, you got 2 squares left, but you're at the sarcophagus.
Yeah, I'm gonna stay right there.
Okay, no problem. Sorry, go on, Ezri. What do you?
Yeah, no,
What do you
I'm
wanna do?
going to shift into silence and then try and fire. Fire shortbow with shit dex or fire javelin with disadvantage.
Disadvantage. Oh, yeah, I think you're out of range.
Because I'm out of range, but
Yeah.
I'm gonna have. Oh, fuck me.
But you could just dash up to him. I mean, that's up to you. With this,
Yeah, I'll be able to keep him stunned for a while, probably.
I'm gonna need to like kind
You will
of shuffle
climb
around
over
this,
this.
or I'm gonna need to climb over.
you will have to climb that. I'll say that's like some difficult terrain, but effectively you can go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. You literally get up to there, I think.
Yeah, we'll do that.
Okay. All the while, you do feel the crunch of this pottery underneath you. It breaks, it shatters, it cracks, but it makes no sound whatsoever.
Cool.
Okay. Yasin.
I'm gonna hop on in here and say,
Oh, can't say much in there.
I know that was the joke.
Oh,
Yeah.
I gotta catch up. You're
Wow.
very clever.
I can't cast any spells.
No. Maybe counterspell.
So I'm going to. I haven't got the reach because Ezra's standing there. I'm just going to hold my action and hope things go well. Can I hold a? No, that's fine.
Hold
I was going to see if I could hold a bonus action to start blade singing in case things went tits up. But
it's singing. Sounds like it makes sound, doesn't it?
that's a good point, actually.
I'll let Ignir have a go while you're looking that up. Go ahead, Ignir.
Can I kick off the ground and kind of float up over the statues?
You can, yeah. Where do you want to move?
So maybe just... That's not working. Maybe just over here.
Okay, yeah, sure. Down to here. I don't know what you're seeing on your map, but that's a wall there you're trying to point to.
I mean, go that way.
There you go.
I think
Cool.
it's lagging. I have to stop there, which I don't know if help me instead of okay. My thing is having a lot of it. Laptop is
Okay, right. You're floating over the army effectively. Was there anything you want to do as an action?
No, because I can't inside the silence.
Nope.
I guess I'll
Okay,
just
then.
like pull out my sword.
Pulling out your sword. All right. You begin to shed light within a 30-foot radius. So I'll do that for you real quick. I think it's 40 bright, 80 dim, So there you go. Oh boy. But how yellow it was. Change it to normal color. Alright, there you go. It is the skeleton key. He's stunned until the end of his turn, right? He is no longer stunned, but that is his go. Esri, you're up.
Okay, so he's no longer stunned.
He is no longer stunned, no.
I can't cast shit. Fuck.
I guess he's still standing on this here rune as well.
Mhm.
Because he's literally spent a turn standing on there. So yeah, give me a quick second, I'll look something up. Because
I swear to
yeah,
God, he
he was trying to
disappears
get
when
off
he
the
is
rune.
in arm's length.
Yeah, he's trying to get up. He appeared on it, tried to move from it, and then immediately got stunned. So I'm just gonna check to see what happens if he stands there continuously. All right. I'll think about what you're going to be doing as well. Okay. He is. There he is. Oh boy, I need to roll something for him. Yep. Okay then. So, this could be good or bad, considering what's about to go down. Okay. Okay. He needs to roll a wisdom save again. 12?
Failed.
That is a fail. But he's, well, failed against what is the real question. Well, against the stun, because he's no longer stunned, I think. Alright, I'm gonna roll a d4. 3. Nice. Okay, the skeleton key disappears briefly, and you see the rune suddenly pulse. And in its place, there is a flying snake now.
Oh.
And it kind of swirls around, looking a little bit bewildered. But it does flap its wings in its place, holding itself aloft.
Kill the snake.
Okay. It is a snake. Yeah, it's a
Can't hear
snake.
you.
Oh lord, roll a wisdom save. For you, only you, Jason.
But since it has wings, isn't that more limbs than a normal snake?
I mean, sure, but we'll see if that makes
If
any
anything,
sense.
it's more like a wormling or a dragon than a snake.
I would say that's more terrifying, in my opinion. For 9, you're like, what's worse than a scorpion, right? A scorpion with wings. What's worse than a spider? A spider with wings. Adding wings to anything is going to make it more terrifying, because now it can get to you even if you climb up somewhere high.
This is a can of worms, though, because what am I going to feel about Iku?
Well, Iku in their human form is normally fine. And you come to know that they're not really a snake. They're a celestial creature here to help you, which is enough to keep you at a solid state of mind. However, in this instance, you are terrified. You're frightened of the flying snake. Which means you can't move closer to it. Attacks a disadvantage whilst it remains in your sight. In fact, everything with disadvantage, I think. But yeah, that's all. Anyway, Ezri, what are you doing?
I'm gonna. Can I go and have a look at the coffin?
Okay,
It's more
sure, you
important
tack
than the
away.
fucking
And
snake.
you can have a look at it. It is. Have a look. It is a coffin whose lid is painted, showing a leopard with serpents sprouting from its shoulders.
Can I give the lid a shove? Just try and...
You want to take the lid off?
Yeah.
Okay. Yasin is on it. No,
try
I'll
and
allow
shove
it.
it off in that direction.
Sure. Go ahead, give me a strength check.
20.
Nice.
Gosh, she's so strong.
Yeah. And I guess Yasin, because you're being lifted with the lid. Just give me an
I would
acrobatics.
step aside.
Okay, right, sure. You've jumped down. Either way, it makes no noise as the grinding of this stone is hefted away. Yasin, you're also jumping onto pottery, making no sound whatsoever either. The lid reveals the inside, and you're very, very, very fortunate that you have Carrick with you casting the spell, because as soon as you lift the lid, you reveal there seems to be some sort of music box that opens and is activated, and it immediately starts playing a tune, a haunting melody, but of course you don't hear it. And you can see the little, I'd say it's like a little leopard spinning, sure, why not? There it is. And it doesn't seem to move, or it doesn't seem to make any sound, rather. But you can see it's activated, and it's turning and spinning.
Okay. I don't suppose it'd be like an object interaction to close the lid. I just put my hand on top of it.
You can give me a perception check to see if you work out how to, like, turn it off.
Oh, wow, I'm so tempted.
Mm.
Smash!
Yeah,
Smash!
yeah, there's not an obvious way to turn it off. And you're not even sure what actually activated it when you lifted the lid. Maybe magic, but you can't tell. Not with a 9.
Can I
Smash.
just pick it up?
It is an action to lift off the lid, so I'm going to say that's, for the most part, your turn.
It's okay.
Okay, Carrick.
I will stun the now snake creature.
Okay, I'll stun the snake, sure. It's stunned. Damn it. It falls to the ground on the top of the rune.
All right, and then I will look into the. Is there anything else in here, or is the music box the Shikambi thing?
There is some other things as well as you're looking around. Heaped inside the coffin there's bones, and there are 5 precious gems. They kind of have this kind of silvery, opalescent luster to them. And finally, there is a instrument as well. It looks like a lute or a mandolin at your guess. That is also sat in there.
All right, kind of judging by how familiar we are with these at this point, I will kind of wave at Ezra and point at the mandolin and point at her, and then I think, can I get to just like here?
You can.
Yeah, just kind of like just weaseling my way around, and that's going to be my turn. So that was action, movement.
Okay. All right. That is your turn, Yasin.
That music box, is that still going?
It does. It's still turning. It's still spinning. Yeah.
I'm a smash.
Okay. What are you whipping it?
I'm a whipping it.
Okay. Go ahead. You can roll an attack check. We'll see if you get it. 12. Okay. Yeah, that is enough. You smash the delicate built music box, and you'd imagine it lets out a racket, but it doesn't seem to make a single sound. And it doesn't spin, it's not spinning anymore.
Well, that's good news, in the very least. I look up at Ignir, and then decry the thought that we haven't, after all this time, worked out some kind of elaborate sign language. And with nothing else to do, and thinking that it's probably a bad idea for us to be in here too long, I'm just going to pick up the Trickster God thing.
Oh no!
Well, okay. God, you know what happens last time. But the Bachelors did keep on, or rather, Bontu keeps on telling you not to touch that thing. You would probably just before as you're reaching down to it,
You hear? Let someone else touch that. I don't want to have to wrestle with another spirit. One go was bad enough.
Okay. Well, we're kind of short on bodies here, and everyone's got a few kicking around at this point. And we kind of need to get out of here sharpish, but if you're sure, Crocodile Man,
There's a chance that the spirit tries to eject me. And that could be bad if a soul is tethered to you.
this is a rare moment of self-doubt from you, I must say. It's good. It shows that you're...
Zombie is, well, how do we put it? A very righteous soul. He may frown upon our bond.
Well, you know, truth be told, I'm not exactly buzzed off my tits about it, but I see what you're saying. If I take off my coat and pile up the thing in that, will that do? I'm not technically touching it, and we can deal with it later, you know, once we're not in a room full of terracotta assholes.
Let's check. I think it's actually only if you touch it, and you have moved other things with Mage Hand before, so
Yeah.
You just kind of hear an anxious like from Onto, but he doesn't seem to protest. So that'll be the rest of your turn doing that.
Yeah.
I think. Okay. You bundle it up with your cloak, and that is the end of your go. Ignir, you're still hovering there. The snake has fallen onto the plinth, but doesn't seem to be moving much. Kind of twitches every now and again.
Okay, I'm going to attempt to propel myself down to this southern symbol.
You can. You hover towards it. You're floating above it. Do you want to
And
go? You want
then
to lower down?
try to lower down onto it.
Okay. Gotcha. Ignite, as you lower yourself onto this, you feel a tingling of magic around you. And let's see what happens. Okay. Oh boy. There's a lot of them. They will do different stuff. Okay, so, oh god. Okay, I found it. So you are. Oh boy, you can roll me a. Oh man, I the Eastern Rune. That's a good. We'll change it. So, God, you are going to be teleported. Where to? Well, we'll find out in a second. Either way, everyone else sees Ignir just disappear as you land on top of this rune. There's kind of like this hum of magic, and then you're gone. Okay. I'm lost as to where you go because the information isn't in the right place. Okay, I found it. Okay, there we go. Oh wow, it's not really that. I'm not going to tell you. I'll whisper it to you where you are, but for the most part, you're out of this place, and you're probably not going to be able to get back quickly either. But for the most part, I'll just whisper it to you. But I know what you're going to probably do once you get there. I'm just going to whisper you real quick. Okay, but that is your turn effectively. Alrighty. Okay. The next turn, this thing, whatever it is, it seems to shake off the stun and begins to flap its wings again. And that's its turn. Ezra.
Cool.
Oh
I'll
god, but it's still standing on the stem. It's still standing on the wrong one. Okay, well, let's
It's
find out what
flying.
happened.
Isn't it flying?
It kind of was, yeah, but it tries to get back up at the end of its go, really. So it fell onto the rune, and then the rune
Oh, okay.
charged again with magic. So let me just give it help back over. Find out where it goes this time. Ah, yes, of course. Need to roll a 50-50. Again. Okay. So this time, the rune activates, and this time the flying snake disappears as well. So that's it. That's it gone. Ezri.
Cool. Do a little like head nod. Time to go. Can I step over this? I'm relatively tall. I can try and hop over that.
You could jump it with your strength, yeah, but you'd be jumping onto the rune.
Yep.
Okay.
Time to go.
Sure. Okay, if you're landing on this thing, likewise, I need you to do the same thing it's been having to do, which is, first of all, roll me a D2. Flip a coin, basically.
Hey, that's the same as it got.
The same as
Maybe
them.
that's good.
Okay.
We'll find
Maybe.
out.
Okay, so you vanish as well. Everyone sees that Ezri is no longer part of this chamber. Oh, gone. Where's that skeleton key there still? Gone. Gone. There we go. And I'll whisper you as well in just a second.
Okay.
But that's what just happened to Ezri. Carrick, you're up as well.
Carrick is gonna look over to Yasin and point one finger to where Ezra went and one finger to where Ignir went. And just kind of cock his head and yeah. Can
Yes, and kind of shrugs
if
back.
I'm just gonna can I make a running jump, and I can jump 5 feet. That shouldn't be too crazy, right?
You can make a 5-foot jump, yeah.
Ah!
It takes all your effort, and you even get the last little bit of just the last of that
It's
like
not pretty.
yelp. The majority of the yelp was suppressed. I'm gonna whisper you something as well, real quick.
Want me to roll 1d2?
I would, and okay, at this point actually, because you're all doing it, so I'd like Ezri to roll a wisdom saving
Hey,
throw.
Okay.
I also rolled a 1.
Okay, you can also roll a wisdom saving throw as well.
I get another +5 on that because of my aura, so that's 15.
Okay, cool.
Am I close to Ezra? When
You need to be within
or is
10
that-
feet.
Okay, well, we both roll 15. Never mind. That's great.
Okay, cool. Both of you can roll me d4s as well. Nice. Okay, cool. Right.
Also nice. Also nice is what you meant to say, right?
Excellent.
Good stuff. All right. Okay, I'm gonna take you down to where you actually are now. But whilst I'm doing that,
Do it, Yasin.
leaves.
Do it.
Yeah.
Okay. In for a penny. Good.
You jump onto it as well.
Yep.
Okay, and a wisdom save from you,
Do I also need to roll a d2?
and you can roll a d4.
Huh.
Yeah. And Ignir can also roll me a d4 as well, please. as I figure out what the hell just happened to everyone. Okay.
Man, I thought for sure we were gonna have to just have a wild time with these terracotta guys.
You are very fortunate that you've done your silent spell. A good job. That's all I
It's
can say.
I've had it prepared ever since we started fighting liches on a regular basis.
Well, good job.
LRC necessity at this point.
I don't blame you, actually, to be perfectly honest. Especially in this module. Okay. Flat. Plop. Okay, so
Hey.
yeah, you should start to realize where you've all appeared now. You have indeed reappeared in the mirror room. What did
All of us, or just
everyone is here. Ignis should be here as well. I don't know why there's a dead. Oh yeah, because there is a dead one.
I don't see
Including. Hold on.
Efficiency.
Sorry, wait. Where the hell is Ignis? Grabbed his token.
I see a tiny quiver.
Yeah, there is a tiny clip on the floor. There's also a
that's me.
full. What do you mean it's you?
That's me.
What? What am I? What did Ignis get? A 3. Okay. There's also flying snake and oh lord. So all of you basically have been polymorphed, and I think Carrot, you're a bat. So let me just do that real quick for you.
oh god.
But I'm just me, right?
No, you've been polymorphed as well.
Ah,
I'm afraid. Yeah. I'm just trying to figure out where to
We're gonna have
do it.
an animal fight.
Yeah, basically. I mean, I don't see anything else. You still see each other as your allies, of course. There you go, polymorph. Done. Lord. A lot of polymorphs at once. Had to quickly find where you were. Okay, who got our 2? Was it? Yes, my bad.
Yes, and roll a 2, Ignore roll a 3.
A 3, perfect. Okay. So in addition to the confusion that's going on right now, by the way, yes, and you're a wonderful baboon.
oh, yay.
Wait,
A baboon.
wait, no. So you rolled a
I
2 as
thought-
well. You rolled a 2.
Yeah.
You're both bad. Should be both
Ah.
bad. Sorry.
Bat
Aw,
boys.
That place.
Where are you? Polymorph. Open.
Just once, I want a big red butt.
I'm sorry. You rolled a 1, and yes. Okay, so everyone reappears here, and Ignir, you have not only you were the first one to reappear, and you also saw there was indeed a flying snake here. And in addition to that, you are also a flying snake. And as the party appears, they have no idea which one is
Oh
which,
no.
and nor do you
But are
have
we-
any ways of communicating to let each other know that you are the flying snake and not the real Ignir. But
But we're also fully bats with like 2 intelligence, right?
you are very unintelligent. None of you have any idea what's really going on, but you can act as if you were your person. Your personality is still you. You just have the intelligence of a bat.
Yeah.
I'm gonna get rid of this one here.
Um,
I'm gonna
I am
Yeah,
a
50-50. I'm
fish.
just gonna just dive in for one of the snakes for sure.
Okay. All right. There's a 50-50 chance you get it right. I mean,
Roll. Yeah.
let's.
1d2.
Yeah. Let me decide which ones are which first. Okay, I've decided. Not that you know,
All right.
but yes, I've decided which ones are which.
A 2.
Excellent. Okay, so yeah, you can make a small little bat attack at this flying snake.
All right.
You
That
can
one.
target it if you want, or you can just roll the attack.
Oh, that's gonna miss.
That is. So you just see the little bat flutter, flutter, squeak, squeak, trying to attack the flying snake. And the rest of you appear 1, 2 in tandem. You see this bat fighting with a snake. Good lord, what? It's up to you, but how do you interpret that? You're not intelligent. You
Well,
might even
snakes are
think
terrifying, so I'm gonna head
Run.
that away.
that's fair. I'll let you just run. It makes total sense for a.
That being said,
Your
I
person.
do crave fresh meat. This is tricky.
Oh god.
I'm probably preoccupied suffocating because I'm a fish.
Oh yeah, I'm gonna eat the fish.
God. Oh no.
Do I get advantage because she's out of water?
She's prone. She's prone
You-
for sure.
You probably do, but you're also still frightened of the snake. So you have kind of
That's
got
true.
disadvantage made flat. Yeah.
We'll call that a flat roll.
Yeah, we will.
Oh,
No!
critical hit.
What is your damage? 1.
Yeah, it's not a dice, so that's that. Delicious
Okay, where's
fish meat. Ah,
Ezra? You only had 1 HP as a fish. So Ezra, you see there's a little tiny set of fangs stuck in your neck as you reappear as your actual character. Let me just revert you back.
extra dinner.
Can I like smack him against the wall?
None should stop
Um,
Batson.
let's see. It won't be your turn yet, but you
Batson.
can when it comes to you.
When it is, I would like to.
Sure. Okay. It's Igneous go right now as the flying snake who's being attacked by a bat, and you have the intelligence of a snake as well. You're not. You might just turn and retaliate. Is really what I would imagine would happen.
Yeah, I would definitely retaliate on
Okay.
that. Try and strike it or coil
Yeah,
around
let's-
it. I don't know what my deal is.
Sure. All right, let's see that. This has gone into like a little circus of. I don't know.
Where do I see attacks for this thing?
Under inventory.
Yeah, inventory. Right there.
Gotcha.
There we go. You have some circus music.
Oh, that's so much damage. Why is that so much damage?
Good lord. Okay, well that dropped your bat form, and of course, actually some something carries over as well. Good lord. Take
Shit.
12 points of poison damage, Eric. Good.
That is the most damage I've taken in a while.
We will restore you. Okay, Eric, there you go.
Alright, I've
God,
taken the
yeah, the
damage.
poison seeps through your veins. You realize this little thing packs a punch. And you're still none the wiser as to which one's the real one. Okay, that's going to end your go, Igni. Okay. Where are you? Preston? Okay. There we go.
Attached to Ezra's neck.
Yeah, you are. Okay. You see, this flying snake makes a run for it. It doesn't seem to hold any issue with you guys. Just wants to get the hell out of there. Which is
Do we get opportunity attacks or do bats have flyby?
That's a good question.
I can tell you that they do not have flyby.
What? They do.
Great.
Wait 1 second. Let me just check its movement.
Its movement
As
is
if I
30 feet flying.
It's fly there. I could just disengage. That sounds good. Yeah, we'll do that. Disengage and fly.
Snake, not a bat.
Yeah, I'm gonna fly as that. So you can go from here 5, 10, 15, 20, 25 days. We. Yeah, let's turn
So
that way.
disengage and through 30?
You can go 60 as when it flies.
Ugh, god
Yep.
damn.
That's its movement. So it just quickly evades attack and flies through, corkscrewing its way past the tunnel and goes down the left there. And end its go. Ezri.
Okay, now I think about it. I want to get the fuck away from this mirror.
The mirror is in pieces from Ignia shattering it.
I still wanna get
Yeah,
the
yeah,
fuck away.
that's why you just want to get the fuck away. That's fair. I understand. You've been trapped in there for like, what, 200, 300 years?
Yeah. So Yasin's Probably still attack. Fuck that. Okay.
There is no Yasin, only bat.
Only back 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 25 compelled duel on this flying snake.
Oh, dude.
Oh,
All right.
Those things can do 12 points of damage in a bite.
yeah.
I'm pretty sure it's the fucking skeleton key.
Oh,
Not
okay. You haven't snake to a fight. It doesn't have to understand you. I don't think so. You just compel it. So that's fair. All right. Mortal Kombat theme starts up, and the snake turns. Does this like little battle taunt. It kind of like flicks its tail at you, like come at me. And yeah. All right. That's good.
Mainly
an
because I
action,
need
right?
to. And
Oh no, it's a bonus action.
But I do need to use my action to heal myself a bit because I'm a bit hurt. So lay on.
Oh my god, that'd be so funny if you got taken out by the bat that
Yeah,
you
exactly.
challenged.
Yeah.
Lay on hands, and I'll give myself 15, so I have 5
Nice. Okay. Yeah, you buff yourself up before the duel.
left.
All right, Carrick, you're up now.
Alright, Carrick has seen things. So what do we have? We have flying snake and
Bat.
Okay.
Batting.
Can I use the flying snake as an improvised weapon to try to hit the bat? Or is this
I'll
just,
tell
is
you
that
what
just silly?
you can do. If you can grapple it, then yes.
Oh, I'm
Go
probably
ahead,
not
give
gonna
me
be able to
a
grapple it.
athletics check, and I'll let the
Ugh,
flying.
I'm
Uh,
so not athletic. Okay, athletics
And-
coming right
and-
up. Hey, that's not so bad.
and I guess Ignite or Igsake can roll a athletics, or actually you'd probably use your dex. Yeah. Son of a wow. You try to grab a hold of it, and it flails all over the spot, dodging your attack. That's how the hiss
that's-
fly.
Real annoying. I've used my action. That was dumb. And
is.
I don't want to get hit by the poison
I would
again.
have allowed it, but it just manages to get out just barely. Slips through it. Okay. Anything else? What's that?
He's gonna attack me again, so I have to do something.
Okay. Sure.
I will goddamn pull out a spiritual weapon book.
Oh my! Keep doing it. Okay. All right. Get your weapon.
And just at the lowest level possible. And wasting a spell slot on this, whatever. It's probably gonna miss too. Shit. 11.
God, are you kidding? Is that enough to hit your snake? No, you got 14. Amazing.
Yeah, I rolled a 2. I rolled a 2. Okay.
Oh my god, the snake is
Action.
very
I choose. I choose not to move.
Jeez,
And
okay,
that's my turn.
that's it. That's it.
The
All right,
snake is
going
pissed.
down to. Who's up? Igni. Oh no, sorry, Yasin. Batson.
Nothing will stop me. Come back here, fish lady.
Oh my god. It looks like the snake tags in the bat. This isn't just a
Ciao.
duel, this is a. Oh god.
You're -1.
You definitely get a good bite. You sink your
Yeah,
fangs in, but you realize it's just metal.
You have a tough carapace, fish. But I shall pierce it, for I am Batson. Your delicious, flaky white flesh will be mine. Perhaps with lemon drizzle.
Give me. Alright, Igni, you're up.
Well,
Stop hitting me.
after weaving and dodging the hands of this green thing, I shall strike out and bite it in the face.
We've done
Yeah.
more damage to each other than the last 2 encounters. Stop it!
Ah!
No. Screw this. I shield. I shield.
Every spell on it. It's so good. I love it. I like to imagine
Yeah,
that snake really does let out that really villainous laugh. Oh god, so good. All right,
And then the
that's
snake
the shield.
flies away because it doesn't take attacks of opportunity.
at
It
all.
doesn't.
Nope.
Nice. All right, it's off.
Gonna
Swooping
fuck you
away.
up.
Okay.
Seem to move it though.
The compelled duel continues. So, tell me, what do I have to do? Do I have to attack you? Yeah,
Compelled duel.
is drawn to you.
For the duration, it has.
Can't
Yeah,
move away.
no, it'll need to make a wisdom saving throw if it tries to move away from me, and it has disadvantage on attacking anyone else. So it is drawn to try and attack me.
Okay. All right. It flies in. Let's do this. It sees it as an opportunity, seeing as that Batson has now kind of flanked you. It will swoop
You're
in
gonna
around your
flank
other
it?
side and go for its attack. Let's get it. Wait. Do I even have an attack? Yeah. Where is it? Where's my attack? There it is. No, it isn't. Do I have an attack? Where is it? Oh god.
So I think it's under inventory.
Okay, I'm going to switch this to a default sheet. It's not on this one. Nope. Okay. Ignite, could you just roll an attack for me? That'd help. That we speed this
In
up.
the inventory.
What's... Oh, I didn't do it.
Ezra AC is like
21.
stupid.
It's crazy high, right? You got +4 to your attack? +6. So that's
AC's 21.
18. Plus the flanking is 20. Oh, damn.
Nope.
Okay, so it just grazes near your neck. It looks like it nearly got you, but it doesn't make it. Okay, that's it. That's this guy. Going down to Ezri.
Excellent. First of all, what the fuck is going on?
What is this D&D nonsense? Yeah, I mean,
You have
Oh,
met
no,
your
it's-
demise. That is what is going on.
yeah. You are done. They strike down one of us. Another will take its place. After you slice through the snake, you see a skeletal creature hop out and land on its feet around, looking kind of a bit bewildered, but nonetheless, I think you've still got a second attack after that. Let me get rid of this. Just bring in a skeleton key. It was him, after all.
Excellent.
Where is it? I'm just getting a new one on. There he is. Okay. Ta-da! Alright. So yeah, he clatters. Looks like he's trying to block the next attack. But
25.
oh,
Right.
God. Okay. With the damage
Okay.
that carried over from hitting him the first time, that will bring him down. Clatter of bones. And the key slams into the bottom of the concrete. Dead.
Grand.
Finish him.
He's dead.
Yeah, that was just your compelled duel talking. That's probably Cooper there.
Alright, I'm just gonna walk away from Batson.
Okay.
What? No.
She's
There
got
is no walking
Attack
away
of
from your
opportunity.
doom.
Attack of opportunity.
Ah. Yes! It's a critical
a
hit.
natural 20.
I bite onto a earlobe. Ah!
1 point of damage to you. Oh my god.
I
That was
love
just-
that a natural 20 for the numbers doesn't actually hit, but it's a natural 20.
Yeah,
That's what it does.
It's taking
So
2 years for the rules, yeah, it will. Yeah, it bites onto your earlobe, gives you a new piercing.
Ah.
Hey.
Garrett,
So-
you'll go.
Carrick is going to stun, use a Wongo stun on Snake.
On Ignite, okay. Ignite?
Ignic.
Ignite.
So wisdom saving throw, please. Ignic. God damn it.
He will
Oh my
prevail.
lord.
This, and then I will move my spiritual weapon over to you and
Okay,
bop you
yep.
in the head.
Make
Come,
that
ignorant
attack.
snake. Together we shall be rid of these pesky mortals. We shall live together, shiny and chrome on the wing.
Shiny and chrome. There we go.
Oh no,
Sorry.
No.
Ignib appears with a burst of flame as their sword is still ignited. But you've gained consciousness. You realize who you are, where you are. It's all become apparent.
Huh.
Um,
You were tasty. I don't like that.
Carrick just like is very upset and shakes his head and kind of moves down the hallway. Oh, my Foundry crashed. Moves down the hallway. Cool. That's my turn.
Batson.
You're not getting away that easily.
Oh, I just realized something. God damn it. If we had stayed small, we would have been able to get through the Gears of Hate thing.
Would you be intelligent enough to know how to get through all of that?
No, but like one of us could have put us all in a bag or something. I don't know.
Yeah, but
Nothing can contain Batson. No bag, nor sack, nor belfry. Best you lie down now, fish lady. The end will come soon enough.
point of
Igni, you're up.
damage at a time.
Okay. I guess now that I am no longer a flying snake, I will follow follow Carrick and figure out whatever is going on.
I am locked in combat with the bat.
I'm moving you. I think you've got the measurement
Yeah,
tool.
I don't know what's going on with my thing right now, but yeah, I'll just keep following Carrick.
Okay. You do see a bat assailing the now human-looking, what was it, Whipper. They may have just suddenly been granted a wish, for all you know. No, it's Ezra. But yeah, you can try and shoot one of the bats if you want.
Sure.
It's up to you.
I will see one of the bats harrying our new ally, and I will attempt to smite it.
All right. I'll just blast, I assume. Oh no.
Do you want me to do it? Yeah.
Oh, he's got it.
I got it.
Pop. And Yasin, you take 5 points of damage.
No, I'm
As-
immune to all damage.
Oh, very good. Take the 5. Bam. And suddenly this blast knocks you back out, and you come to your senses. You realize you were holding, well, bats don't only have arms. You were using them to hold like yourself aloft as wings. You see a mandolin in a jacket land on the floor next to you as well, with a kind of a dung.
Oh.
But that
Sorry.
will end come.
Sorry, Ezra, I don't know what came over me.
That's fine.
I thought you were a halibut.
Anyway, I would like to take the head off the skeleton.
You can, yeah.
Okay. And this one you said was what shape? So we have one left, right?
Didn't I say
Octagon?
Two left.
octagon? I believe I said octagon.
You said octagon.
Means you have square, octagon, and I think you got the first one, wasn't it? Triangle. Or is he a loose? Is
Okay,
he
so-
being more loose?
No, we definitely have at least
3, I thought.
okay 3. So we have 2 left, right?
Mm,
I think.
I could assume.
Ezra, I don't think anybody but you is suited to pick up things, but this is the last trickster god. We believe in this mandolin.
All right. Oh, guess I'll try and grab that too.
Okay. Interesting. You're picking it up, the mandolin, yeah?
Mhm.
I do need you to make a charisma saving throw.
I get another +5, so that's 18.
You pass, and well,
Pass with
yes.
4. It's insane.
yeah, the charisma save is not. So
Sorry.
this is the. I'm going to show you the image of what the mandolin looks like, and then you would hear a voice. So, and it's a very smooth voice. It sounds like almost like a soft purring to the actual sound as well. And it says, "Fear not. I am not your enemy."
Glad to hear it.
I see you already have a trickster god. Perhaps would prefer my company.
I'm okay, thank you.
Are you sure? I am very strong. Honorable, too. It would be befitting of one of your stance. Paladin, righteous, lawful.
I have accepted a god already, and I will stick by that.
Yeah, Kubazan would speak up and say, they are honorable traits, to be sure, Shakombi, but honor is nothing in the face of sheer strength. She is mine guide. Perhaps take up with the Dragonborn. Hmm. Very well. And you just feel like the sense of this trickster god recedes back into the mandolin. Strum me if you need me.
Good.
That's not appropriate.
Right, that's that dealt with. Damn.
Well,
Why didn't I
with
play a
that-
bard? This would be
I
great.
know.
I
Such
almost
a
did.
shame. It was a close one. Could have had a candlelit mandolin. Well, all right. And at this point, you have actually acquired every single god, and it maybe take a moment to click in Bontu's head because he's always been so adamant on getting to the next god, and he's like, "Right now, we need to free."
Wait. We're all here. All 10 of us.
Yep.
By Obtao's belly, you've done it.
Yes.
By his belly?
I mean, yes. It's the largest trait of him. It's not, it doesn't matter. We have
Fair enough. Fair enough.
This
Yeah.
is cause for celebration.
Maybe wait until, we deal with a Sarac before we celebrate. We still have someone to bring back.
I'm thinking it's time for a tiny hut party.
I think we should track down the last 2 skeletons and then tiny hut party.
Okay.
Just because we have some, I have a way that we could find them. I think pretty fast. Should we reconvene with the group? I mean, we are the group,
We are the group. I kick the
but
skeleton.
Thorn,
Yeah.
Thorn, would you come meet us at the stairs, please? Oh, hey guys.
Yeah. Dong dong, he definitely sounds. I forget my noise suppression cancels it out now. Yeah, he definitely hears you and is on the way. But let me just move him. Iku is obviously coming towards you as well. And as she does, she says, Moa wishes to speak as well. And she's transforming back into her form. Let's go human. Actually, you know what? Wait, still goat form, isn't she? Yeah. Maybe Moa prefers the actual serpentine form to speak. That makes more sense. She says, yes, no, actually, the other form suits me better. There. So, you have amassed my kin. Did you manage to bring back Nang Nang as well?
Yep, I think so. I got the.
Yep.
Yeah, I picked
Check.
up the thing.
Ugh, a pity. Still, I suppose we will have to tolerate their presence.
So how does this work? Do we all like kind of amass you guys into some kind of Megazord thing?
It's essentially we have once been whole. At least I feel that is the truth. But that is gone now. Our ability to reshape ourselves to one is lost. However, us being together, our kinship, I feel a strength, a power between us that is emboldened. Yes, I feel it too. Before me, my kin. Didn't think I could get even stronger, but it's feel it in my muscles, in my tentacles. And I would say that Carrot Wongo as well is chiming in and says, who cares what it is? Let's use it to smash this place. And Bontu would speak up and say,
No, we must save it when the time is right. To strike down this lich, we must conserve this power and use it when our time is at hand.
and Moa would say, I agree. We should save this for the final battle.
What exactly is this thing?
I am unsure, but it is certainly a surge of power. It is there, waiting to be unsealed.
Hmm.
You almost see like a flare of each of your eyes kind of glowing and humming. The mandolin seems to be letting loose this kind of triumphant like music strumming from it. The pearl is glowing. The unicorn horn is rattling. The braces, they kind of feel almost like they're bulging. I'd say, what else is there? The scintillating cloak is, of course, glowing with different colors. And even your ring, yeah, scintillating. The ring sounds like it's letting out like a soft growl, like a determined growl. And finally,
It's a cute growl.
Patazotl, whoever's got that, who has got the item? Which is I forget what it is.
Ignir's got a lot of them.
Do, don't you? But,
Wait, what do I have a lot of? I have
Of the
what's Patazotl's item?
I have
Apple's item.
Apollope's
That?
Wand of Wonder. That's the only thing I have.
That was that's Hygien's.
And the ring.
Oh,
And that's
you're right.
that's
Obalaka's.
Obalaka's.
I forgot
yeah.
about the ring.
So
Oh,
Yasin's got Nang Nang. Nang Nang's thing.
yep.
Ezre's got. I've got Wongo's.
I have bracers.
I think that's the only thing I have.
I have bracers, and now I've got. I'm just carrying a mandolin.
Iku's got Papasotto. What did Papasotto have?
All right, I'll find it. So it was. Oh yes, it was an amulet of health, which of course you're wearing
Yes,
right now. Yeah. The amulet is also thrumming with power. You probably hear that kind of confident-sounding voice that says, "Yes, go forth, my servants, and restore the throne to its rightful heirs. Restore Omo to its golden age, a new age, a platinum age. Yes, we shall all be showered with riches once this evil has been purged."
Right. So we know where we need to go. We know we need some more keys to get there. Everyone cool with finding some keys?
Yes. What's the most efficient way to do
And-
it?
This, and Carrot casts locate creature skeleton key.
Yeah, Aijin gets excited. Oh, this sounds like a fun run and hide sort of game. Hide and seek
So-
for the skeleton keys. Let's get them.
As long as that creature's within 1,000 feet, creatures or if it's specific creatures or the nearest creature of a specific kind. So I'm thinking of skeleton key, 1,000 feet. So we have an hour.
Okay. Skeleton keys. The hunt is in fact, Shubazen was like, the hunt is on. Let's get them. And I think with that, we'll I think we'll cut to a quick break. Short one. We'll go for an early one. Just because I need to find out where they are as well, and I'll give you a direction. So we will be right back. It's going to go for a quick 5 minute and grab a drink. See you in a few.
Huzzah.
Alrighty, welcome back. The triumphant music is dying down from the mandolin, and you guys are now back on the hunt to find these two keys. And of course, the locate creature is going to help immensely with that. You immediately find there are two things, two pings on the run, and they're moving. One of them seems to be patrolling something up above you, whilst another feels like it's slowing down, or maybe just shuffling and shambling around. But they seem to both be above, up on other levels of the tomb. So I'm going to quickly just ask you, which level would you like to go to? And you can easily get there via the grand staircase. Or was there something else you wanted to do before that?
I was
Because
going to suggest
We,
I polymorph
Yeah,
into
yeah.
a giant eagle.
oh, God.
Carrick hops on my
I jump
back,
on. I jump on the back.
and
Do this.
we do the
Speed
swoop.
run.
Oh, well, they're standing right next to you, of course. And I want to know how you're exactly communicating this without, you know, saying aloud.
We're not conspiring against the others. We're going for the
Oh, sorry, right.
Oh
skeleton keys.
no! This
Yeah.
for
Okay, I
skeleton
misread.
keys.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that
yeah.
comes later.
Okay, okay, never mind then. Yeah, you could do that if you want to expedite it, but there is a staircase. I mean, to you. If you want to like outrun them, potentially that works. But you probably got a good sense on where each thing leads you now. Oh yeah, one last thing.
Maybe
It's obviously of note. The lizard is with you as well. I just want to point that out. Yeah, he's there.
can the lizard ride on? Can the lizard ride on Vorn? Just for
Yeah, absolutely.
cuteness.
That's probably where they would have been because one come back round.
Lizard.
From the
Yeah. Vorn is the safest place to be, mostly.
Mallory needs an umbrella hat as well.
But I will mention, you
Malarm.
know that there is one chamber you haven't been in on this level. You have the 10 tricks to gods. That much is obvious, but it was that weird
Yeah,
door at the end of the
but there's
corridor.
like, yeah, but there's all sorts of crazy treasures in here that are built to lure people, and we don't really care about those.
And that's fine. But, you know, Flad is curious. He says, well, he's probably clapping his hands like golf clap. Well done, well done. You've done it. You've acquired all the spirits, but you can't sell spirits unless perhaps you go to the Nine Hells. I have no intention of going there myself. Did you not see any treasures on the way there? What's that lute or mandolin you have?
Oh, I'm sorry. Did you
Not
go
for
into
sale.
the dangerous tomb and get this loot out? No, I don't think you did.
Mm.
So
Carrick
Tell you what.
mentions to him there is a golden skull that is, and he kind of gives him the directions to where that golden skull. Actually, no, didn't Nine Nine has it?
Nang Nang had it. It was
That
there, but
skull.
God, yeah, where was it? The skull
It was
disappeared somewhere. Yakka is gone. It didn't stick around when
okay.
its host died.
Yeah, Carrick gives directions to wherever they found that on that level.
Interesting, interesting. Roll me a deception check.
I'm not lying. I'm just saying
No,
that's
of
where it
course.
is.
But you do know that it's horribly, horribly cursed. And he's going to. The way you say "lovely skull" is definitely something to be incited.
It's
By
cursed, but
rolling.
it is made of gold.
Oh,
Oh god.
yeah, he got just one above. A lovely skull, you say. Did you touch it already?
No,
Didn't have
look,
any
we've got
tracks
stuff to
on
do.
you?
I've got this spell burning a hole in my mind. But we can talk more later.
I see. Where exactly? Above us? I'll tell you what. I'll go find that skull and meet you back down here. I'll see you in a second. I'm going to go check it out myself.
peace.
It is cursed.
You what? Sir? Good.
Probably.
Hmm.
You're not afraid of a curse, are you?
As it happens, I do have ways of dispelling magic, but maybe I could at least sell it. When did the curse activate exactly?
Look, we don't know the details. We like literally are losing minutes of doing this thing.
They, they begin walking up the stairs. Fine, fine. Find it myself. He goes up and goes. Meanwhile, Yarrow says, and what about the strange chamber down on this level?
Again, all yours, Yaru.
I don't know a way on how to get in. The door seems to be shut.
Yeah, Yaru, we are on a time now.
We don't know either, so you figure it out, bro.
Very well.
God.
He heads in this direction.
Okay,
Okay,
that's what's our
so-
Yaru.
He does look over the door, but comes up short. Okay, so meanwhile, you guys, you do have the spell active for 10 minutes. Do you want to go? They both, I would say one of them definitely feels up. You can get that sense immediately. The other one is kind of in and out of your range.
Yeah, let's go for the one that I know I can find for sure.
Okay, then let's go back to the first level. As you climb the grand staircase, and quite a climb it is. It's 4 staircase worth, and you're a little bit exhausted by the time you get to the top. But once you are there, you realize you're back up on the level of the rotten halls, and there is not much light filtering from above. It's kind of faint, but here you guys are. I'm gonna drag you back up. Get activate. In a way, some of you guys are over there. Okay. Is it loading for you?
It is not. I'll reload, but it loaded. But
Yeah.
I think we just don't have tokens on there, so it's all black.
No, you got tokens. I've put you all on. Make sure of that.
Okay, I'll just reload.
Yeah, do a quick refresh. I might have just timed out on the break. Who knows? All right. I'm gonna change my image. There we go. Iku just flies up. They have no need to take the stairs. And as they reach the top,
And I'm back.
she's turning around, going, "Which way, Karak?"
This way.
And you begin to walk towards the grate where you first saw that strange creature. Revire, you spied it just below. Let me just end the combat on this one.
Ooh, Revive's not here no more.
Yeah, sorry. I keep messing up. Once you're on the level, let me know.
All right, I'm in.
You good?
So we saw underneath there.
You did.
Does that mean it's actually on level 2?
No, it only drops down about 5 foot.
Okay.
Like the sluggish water you've actually gone through before, but you found it through the other entrance. Remember the tomb where Napartak was? He was there,
Yeah.
and you found a secret door on the north side of the room. Went down a set of stairs,
Right.
and then found a mimic on a ledge of a great
Yeah.
chasm. That tunnel had sluggish moving water, and it's the same moving water beneath this grate right here, which you're kind of gathered around and feeling the ping is near you.
Are you moving us?
Yeah, I'm moving you.
Okay.
You're all stood around the grate
Yeah,
now.
I mean, I'll try to just get to where I can see it or sense it.
Yep.
And
Somewhere down there and to the south.
Yasin, Ezra, Ignir, should we look for some secret doors or something?
look for some secret doors or something.
Okay. Well, without even needing to roll, the grate looks like it's not actually fixed. It's actually the
Oh, like
bars
we could just
themselves.
open it.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Funnily enough, the bars are also big enough that a small creature could actually squeeze through them. But yeah, the grate could be lifted. It's almost like a sewer grate, right?
Yeah. Okay.
You'd
Gotcha.
need quite a lot of strength to do it.
Vaughn and Ezra tag team.
Yep.
That will do it. Okay. Squatting down, grabbing either side with Vaughn. He wrenches
Excellent
it up
form, Vaughn.
and it almost like unplugs with this kind of grating metallic screech, and it echoes into that dank tunnel below. It smells
Dank.
like, oh yeah, it smells pretty dank. It's not a nice dank. It is. Find it. Mhm.
All right. Carrick's going to drop down.
Okay. As soon as you do,
Stun.
Carrick, it sees
Actually,
you.
not even stun.
It runs immediately as it kind of heard this sound of the grate. It's already in the process of running around the corner. Effectively, it was on the move as you leapt down. You perhaps just see the tailbone of this skeletal creature rushing around the corner. You still have a coin with light, correct?
Yeah.
Okay.
Do I have?
And you
Are we
have
in
the light.
initiative now, or how does
Not
this work?
quite. Not quite yet.
I mean, I'll if I know it's right there. I see you moving it, you son of a bitch. I will stop right before I step on this shit
Not
that's
shit.
glowing.
Eric, you can smell this horrific sulfurous scent in the air. And with your coin lighting the way, you see there seems to be a pocket of yellowish gas surrounding this area. And you almost hurl from the sulfuric smell in the air. That potent and that concentrated. You did not see which way it ran, but the tunnel
Well, I
continues
sense it,
around.
but I sense which
Yeah,
way it is.
you do sense it actually. It has gone. Wait, look into the chat real quick.
It's in the chat. It's 1,000 feet. If the creature's moving, you know the direction of its movement.
Okay, yeah, it went north.
I'll yell back. It's gone north.
Yasin, you see it behind the glass window. There it is.
Uh,
You can take one action, but as it's rushing
there's not much I
through
can
here.
do through this glass window.
Mm.
I can tap on the glass and say, "Hey, look, we just want to talk."
It kind of nods. Sure, you do. It runs. It's getting past you, but I'm gonna say, the rest of you guys, what do you want to do? Oh man, they're already on the. Oh my lord, you're taking.
No,
the
no, no,
initiative.
no.
I'm running.
Oh yeah, we fucked that up. I remember. Okay.
You did,
Okay.
yeah.
Okay. I was so
Oh
worried.
boy. Okay. Eric, what else? What I want to say?
So
Um,
do I sense it's still like moving further away?
you do, yeah. It is getting further away. It's going down now. I just want to point out that tunnel goes around the corner, and I don't think you've ever seen it. No, you haven't. Okay.
No.
There does seem to be another secret around that corner. Just want to point it out if you ever want to go back.
We're gonna
Effectively, it
stay
is running,
on.
and you guys can try to catch up to it, but it has gone down a level. The secret tunnel, which led back to the workshop where the tomb dwarves were, that's where it's gone.
Okay, this is gonna sound crazy, but should we? All right, I'm gonna come back out and I come up. Vaughn, can you pick me up out of here?
Yeah,
Thank you. Okay, now we're gonna be very sneaky and go down towards the workshop.
I'm gonna try and stealth it down, yeah. If you want, go ahead and give me stealth checks as you try to get closer to it.
Uh, is it? We're down on the next level.
Yeah.
Okay.
Do we?
Everyone gets +5.
You do move at half the pace, by the way, when you are going stealthy. I'll throw that out there.
I think your +5 is for saving throws, isn't it?
Saving
Is there?
throws is not
Yeah,
attacks.
correct.
I'm still learning this damn thing. I'm sorry.
And so now there's two on this level.
Two on this level. You definitely feel there's a sense of them somewhere on this level, but the other one, as you kind of come into sense it on this level, you realize it's more than one. It's like another. There's one that's kind of on the move that you've been tracking, and I guess there's another 5.
Oh shit! So I can sense
Yeah,
the ones
yeah, there's
in
other
the
ones. 5 of
upside
them,
down.
and they're all in the same area. That hoop, that ring.
But wait, wouldn't it? Oh, because we've killed one of those.
Exactly. So there's 5.
Ugh, god damn it! That's so annoying.
Yeah.
All right.
Okay. And nonetheless,
I can't
though,
see.
you come around the corner. I just need to drag Esri on. Iku, by the way, is incredibly fast, and if you let her know where it's gone,
Yeah,
she can
yeah.
swoop in.
We're just doing a lot of hand signals and.
Okay, you roll a stealth check as well then. Not good. She kind of flaps her wings and swoops on her head. Doesn't look like she's trying to be stealthy. But the skeleton key is definitely on the move. It went down the steps, went south, past the workshop, and has hit the steps in the upside down. Sorry, not in the upside down. The behind the curtains, effectively, yeah, all the maintenance tunnels. And it is heading down that tunnel. So you've got an option. If you want, you can try to catch up behind it, or some of you could even split up. Up to you. Iku's gonna try and catch it, so she's flying off ahead down the staircase.
I'll follow Iku.
Okay, following Iku.
Yeah, I'm not gonna go into the upside down place by myself.
Okay, so you go down that way. Igni, you're blind without Carrick, so I guess you're following.
Yep, I gotta follow.
Okay. Vaughn falls behind as he has to squeeze literally
Yeah,
everyone.
Vorn, you stay here, and if anything comes at you, you start clanking. Oh, I'll position Vorn next to that. Yeah, no, never mind. It's fine. They're not gonna come out.
Yeah, it's good. All right. Okay, where is he now? So going down the staircase, you come back to where that Tomb Guardian was, and also where technically Yaka is again. Oh boy.
This is like such a Scooby Doo
It
situation.
really is, isn't it? Damn, he wants to run. Catching up to him,
At
though.
any point, if I'm within 30 feet of it, I would love
Yeah,
to
you're running
know
about the
that.
same pace as he is. But are you still going stealthily? That's the question.
I mean, if
You
it's
can-
running away from us, no.
Sure. Okay. Because it sounds like it definitely hears a couple of you clattering off in the tunnels.
Yeah, are we within 30 feet of it?
No,
Like down low.
it definitely
Okay,
had to
no.
leave because you had to go around a staircase, and it's just gone there straight down. She's kind of catching up to it though, but she needs to really get into melee with it before she can do anything. We're going to the Chamber of Horrors. Back the way you came. Okay, I'm going to drag you onto the
Can't
map.
see anything. The
No,
map,
no.
the map changing is I haven't been able to see anything for a bit, but I guess we just all pursue.
Not that it matters. You have not seen much.
Yes, and we might need to do that eagle idea. This is becoming silly.
Okay.
It is.
Well, you come down and you can sense that it's gone away, and EQ is catching up to it with her telepathic communication. He says, "It's here. I found it. It's got down to where the blood artists are." And that is where you can go on to initiative here. I'm going to grab it. Where is it? Crap. Here it is. I mean, it knows how to
Ezra,
evade.
you're
It
not
knows
gonna
all
love
the
this room.
I'm going to say it is right over here. Alright. Okay. So, I'm going to put you back there a second, Garrett, because EQ did have a quiet lead. So I'm going to let you guys roll initiative here. We'll do it. It unwittingly has trapped itself because this door you never opened. Remember that one?
Hmm.
The one that you could smell a scent from the other way?
Rotting flesh.
That's the one. Okay. I'm going to grab these. Okay. You can all roll initiative. And yes, who's there? Okay, so the top of the round, EQ. I'll just roll yes. She is going to fly over to it.
Sorry, my
Um,
thing's taking a while.
okay, no worries. She speeds up ahead and is trying to catch it in the corner here. But it's going to be her turn getting over there. I think Ezra, you're up after that.
Yeah, I would like to just, I guess, running down the stairs to go.
Yep, you just reached the bottom. You can even overtake your allies if you want.
Okay, cool. Excuse me. Go.
Okay.
13. Oh, all the way over there.
Can you see it? Probably
No,
not, because there's lots of
no,
pillars. But you can see
no.
EQ.
I'm just gonna need to dash. So.
There you go. He's hiding behind a pillar right in the corner of the room. And he's even grabbing a hold of a blood artist and seeing like you're trying to get in the way. It's trying to literally use it as like a meat shield.
Yeah, I'll do that.
I think that's your dash, isn't it? Yeah.
Yeah, I've dashed, so that's all I can.
Okay. Ignir. Big man.
Okay, I will pull out my blade and ignite it so that I can see. Otherwise, I will be very blind. And I
Yeah.
will follow the chain. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. Oh no. I guess I'll dash however far I can get.
Cool.
I don't know why it's doing this measurement thing when I'm trying to move myself. Very
Maybe
bizarre.
because you have the measurement tool activate. Did you want to press the T for basic controls? If you can also hold down control and do the measurement tool. I don't know whether a button's stuck on your keyboard, but that could be it. But either way, you catch up to where Esri is.
Yeah, and then I'll just kind of wait.
Okay. So it's going to disengage as its action and drag this blood artist backwards right till he gets effectively sandwiched between them, like here. And he is going to take cover behind the skull-laden throne. And so he's got cover from most people, in fact. He's like ducking down trying to avoid. He knows his end is near. He's cornered. This door was already locked, so he couldn't get through it. Yes, and you're up.
I don't think disrupting that skull thing is a good idea.
Oh,
As far as I can get with my action. How much do we want to waste on this guy? If I shoot at him with a firebolt, am I going to run a risk of hitting the?
I'm gonna say he's got basically 3 cores cover, and if you
Okay.
miss, then yes, you either run a risk of hitting the throne or one of these artists. If you miss,
Then I'm going to cast magic missile.
that will do it. At the guided strike, can't miss.
Then I'm just going to do damage to him, but I can't do enough damage to him to kill him in one, so there's not really any point.
They don't have that much.
Mindless creatures of these blood eyes don't even really look like they're trying to pose a threat. They're blind because their mouths and eyes are stitched together, and they're kind of like shambling around. Like,
Let's do this. Magic missile. Great. 2 on the first one,
2.
and then 6. 10 total.
10 total. Definitely rattles his cage. He's down to like nothing. A light breeze will probably knock him over as he shatters his rib cage. One of his arms goes flying off, and he's just hobbling around with probably a snapped femur as well. That is going to be your go, I think. Okay. The blind artist here just sort of shambles around like, and dodges as part of his action, effectively. Carrot.
Kirk's gonna walk up. See, this is just silly. And then he's just going to flick his finger towards it and cast Toll to Dead.
Okay, sure. Wisdom then.
Oh, I think that's a save. Never mind. Nothing happens. God damn it to hell.
Life has been given one purpose, that is to evade being caught. And in this moment, he channels every last resolve he has to do just that. EQ flies up above it. Ooh. Yeah, I guess really he can't evade this. Not from any kind of angle. So we're gonna have EQ do this. Just finally,
Get him, Miku. You're part of the team.
that'll do it. So he's protected from the front with the throne, protected from the sides with these blood artists. But EQ swoops in from above and not just biting into him, but wrenching the key free from its actual skull clamp itself and pries it with her own jaws. The skeleton crumbles into bones afterwards, collapsing there. And end her turn. One thing I need to check before we end the combat there. Okay. Again, effectively you are free to go wherever you like. Combat is over.
Yeah, Iku, would you bring that skull over here?
Yeah, she begins to move
Yeah.
over. I'd say though, at the behest of your quest, as she begins to swoop towards you guys, she's flying back over, of course, a quick way. And as soon as that happens, you start to see a rumble in the sunken pit below. All of the bones begin almost like popping up, as if something is rising up from beneath them. It's like a mountain of bone is continuing to like rise and rise, and EQ sees this and tries to like fly up higher, up and into the vaulted ceiling before it kind of like gets higher and higher before her. At this point, good lord, I guess everyone can go back on. We'll just continue initiative actually. So I'm gonna just roll it on. Oh god.
What is it?
What is it indeed? It gets higher and higher, and at this point, everyone doesn't realize that whatever happened was clearly in violation of something in this room. The blind eyes kind of pull away from the skeleton that was holding them there, and as the bones rattle and fall away, even they seem to like fall down into the pit as the whole room begins to shudder, and a giant set of jaws snap
What?
towards Miku.
Ooh, cool.
I'm
Oh,
gonna
That's a
quickly.
very cool art. Yeah, we have.
Yeah.
Zombie throwing up.
Is that a snake?
Oh god, no, no, it is something far worse. It is a gigantic zombified Tyrannosaurus Rex. And as its gnashing jaws rise, you see its mouth is actually full of bones and zombies. And it's going to try and get Iku. Ooh, just barely missing as she swoops up into the very recesses of the ceiling. She quickly evades it and swoops towards you guys. But it's her turn. She swoops away, just absolutely terrified of this thing. Gonna dash. Nope, 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 nope. No, thank you. Oh god. That's gonna end her go. She literally sprints away. Okay, Ezri, you're up.
I'm gonna cast command on it.
Oh god, okay.
Halt.
Halt, you say, is as quickly as you can. It's a saving throw, right?
Yep.
Oh god, well, it's the same thing either way. That is a failure.
Okay.
And as this thing is rising, trying to get up out of the mountain of bones, it just about gains footing before it suddenly freezes up. And then its jaws even close together. Now it's just letting out this kind of undeathly, weird, like guttural roar. Igna, your turn.
Okay. Not sure if this thing understands languages. I mean, does it look like it's actually like stopping?
Oh lord. Yeah, it needs to understand the language, doesn't it?
I don't think for command.
Command. The spell has no effect if the target is undead.
Ah, fuck! I didn't read that.
Oops. God. Does it
Awkward.
look like it's stopping for a moment? Yes. And then it immediately opens up its jaws and you see it disgorges a zombie in your direction and it begins crawling up the stairs. Of a zombie, I guess. Where is it? There we go. I'm gonna roll that onto initiative as well. Yeah,
Cool.
it
I am
climbs
going
up.
to reach out and mutter, no, no, none of that. And I'm going to cast Hold Monster. That doesn't work on undead either, does it? Or does Hold work? Doesn't say it doesn't work on undead.
Old monster should work.
Then I
If you want to cast it, yeah.
Hold Monster.
Okay, how monster it is. It
Nice.
fails. Okay, this time, yes, it definitely looks like it is stuck in place. Freezes up, all of its ligaments and bones kind of snap and lock up. It's just got little bits of, I guess, saliva and sinew dripping from its jaws, which are still open wide, but they're just frozen there, paralyzed. Okay, any movement?
No, I'm just going to hang out there and
Okay.
call out to everyone else. Now's a good time to hit it before it, does something.
Okay, yes.
we should just leave. We should just leave. It's not getting up those spiral stairs, so we should go. It's held, right? So I have advantage on this hit.
Yeah, if you want to hit it.
Just Gonna throw a fireball at it.
Credit.
Ooh.
Oh god.
Lord almighty, that's a lot of fire damage. Blasting its lower jaw. Yeah, you send just burnt flesh across the room.
I kind of casually turn and dum dum dum.
You turn and kind of bounce into Vaughn, who's finally just made it to the bottom of the stairs.
Spin it around, Buckethead. We're going up.
Okay. Carrick, your turn. The blind
Yeah.
artists, by the way, on their turn, they just begin painting this scene right here. You guys with the Scooby-Doo chase on the skeleton key. And then the T-Rex
Yeah.
erupting.
That's yeah. This seems. There's no way it's getting out of here. Great job, Born. Back upstairs.
Okay. Vaughn begins heading around.
Just for, I mean, just because I will also throw a. Yeah, I will throw. I'm gonna use that circlet and do scorching ray at it with the
with
circlet of
advantage.
blasting.
Go right ahead. Cool.
Oop,
All right,
it wasn't
guys.
even an advantage, but it's still crit.
Yeah, you can't get much better than a crit. Go ahead, roll it out. The other two.
Why is it not? Okay,
Yeah, roll again just to see if it crit.
Also with advantage.
there we go. That's fine.
Okay. You don't want to move on. Okay, right. Well, there you go. Oh, they're all
Okay,
hits. Okay,
cool.
good.
So it's.
I'll just
Why haven't I been using this the whole time? That's 30 damage.
Damn, all right. Yeah. That is a
35
lot.
damage.
You can see you've already steered away the majority of its flesh. It's just looking more skeletal now than it is zombie.
And
Okay.
I will just take the attack of opportunity that this zombie's gonna
Yep, sure
do
thing.
on me.
Slams you before bludgeoning.
Stop it! I take the damage.
Okay.
Ow! It's actually 2 damage because of thorn. So
Yeah, one's in range. He's just head up back the stairs, but he's in 6 foot.
Yeah.
So you're good. Okay. Okay. The Tyrannosaurus tries to break free at the end of its turn. Still held there, and it's back to you, Ezra, and EQ. EQ's gone though.
I
She's
mean,
fled.
wait. So it's paralyzed. So would Ezra get auto crits if she does get in melee with it?
In melee, yes.
I don't want to get in melee.
Oh, but
Totally up to you if you want to.
auto crit smites.
Oh, crits.
Finally, something that looks like a challenge for us.
Carrick yells right as he's leaving the room. Oh, this is the Napanka's tomb. She's in that next room.
How big's this ledge?
It's only about a 5-foot drop, I'd say. Plus, the mountain of bones where it's kind of been displaced is kind of, it's not like a hard landing. You kind of land and it feels like you're treading atop like uneven ground. That part there is difficult terrain, but you can easily make it still. No problem.
Yeah, she.
Clamber over the bones. See the dinosaur is still held in place and is actually on fire probably from the blast.
Okay, so just crits really.
A little bit quiet.
Okay, sorry, no, it was with me. I guess roll 18.
You're gonna do it. Okay, roll advantage, which is shift. Okay. First one would definitely hit for 10 piercing damage, which is an auto crit. Now you can just roll another d6, I guess.
Extra d6, yeah.
Okay,
So
so
13.
13.
I'm gonna smite.
You're gonna smite, okay, which is also doubled. You can just
And
roll
it's
smite
undead.
twice.
And it's
And
undead,
it's
so.
undead, yeah. Oh lord. Yeah, damage time. Paralyzed. Every creature's worst fear, I should imagine. especially in the face of a paladin.
Let's see.
What-
Let's use a second level Divine Smite. I'm very, very not happy with the fact that found out what is actually in this room. So that's what
Yeah, in this room of all places.
that's 3d8, 8d8.
All right,
Dear
I
God.
see it. If you click the dice in the bottom multiple times, you can add it. But oh, that works as well.
Wow.
Okay. Okay.
Radiant damage.
Kubizan says, "You trying to show this creature mercy? Still has 1 hit point. Finish it."
Kick
No.
it in the ankle.
Okay. Yeah, just fucking stab.
That does it. Yeah. You see, there's probably this. I'd imagine with your smite, it looks very holy and radiant. Of being possessed by Kubizan, there's also these ethereal tentacles that slam into it, and they're almost glowing with radiance themselves as well. And as they come down, you see the neck snap. You see the tailbone crushed. This creature is literally pummeled back into the pile of bones from whence it came. And when it looks like it's all done in one hit, you see it's like you see its tongue like twitch momentarily, and you stab the tongue and finish it. Good lord.
I'm gonna turn around, like eyes still glowing from performing this divine smite. I'm just gonna very calmly, very quietly go. I'm sorry, where did you say?
She's over in that room.
Thank you. Just gonna very quietly total.
This zombie, undead do no fear. So
Yeah, I was like, I better get out of my way.
it quickly pushes this wooden there was a warrior here, right? A wooden soldier, and he takes the hornet mask off, puts it on, and even the grass skirt, and just stands there for a moment, completely still.
Yeah, we'll just let that slide. That's
Yeah.
your new job.
I think yeah, he just
All right.
doesn't want to be a part
That
of
was
this
the
anymore.
wildest 12 seconds we've ever had. Back upstairs. Just
Wildest 12
show in,
seconds we've had so
fuck up a
far.
skeleton.
Jesus Lord,
Uh,
that's nuts. After that combat, Esri, the blind eyes continue to shuffle around. They show no threat. But is there something you want to do with now that you happen to be here? You do see that there is a chamber beyond, and you can see a sarcophagus, a tomb, does lay there. It's up to you if you want to speak to your queen or even just say your last rites. But I guess there's an opportunity if you did want to see what happened to your queen.
Do you guys want to head back upstairs or just wait here? If you don't mind.
Yasin, Eagle.
Are we? I
Thank you.
don't know if splitting the party is a good idea.
No, it's only been. We still have a lot of time on this locate creature. Be with your queen.
How long have we got on the locate creature?
Oh, a good night.
It's an
9
hour.
minutes.
Oh, okay. Then yeah.
Oh, sorry, it's an hour. Okay, yeah, you got
Yeah.
59 minutes.
Yeah. Cool. I would like to toddle on over.
Okay. Absolutely, you can do.
Toddle.
Come over into the area. Once again, you've seen this before, but this is the first time Esri has. The crypt of this room is adorned with tile mosaics of a jungle city, intermingled with frescoes of flowering plants, birds, insects, and humans wearing gold skirts and carrying spears and ornate jugs. The ceiling is painted to look like a clear blue sky. and a small bejeweled cockroach rests atop the sarcophagus, which has been opened. The lid is on the floor. So inside, you can actually tell there is the remains. They are adorned with treasures. None of them have actually been looted. They only took the necklace, but there is still um, the golden bracelet and jewelry that you recognize as the pack herself. He lies here in one whole piece as well.
Yeah, I'll just walk on up to the edge of the sarcophagus and rest my hands against it. I'm just gonna stay very quiet for a minute. This is a lot to process.
Okay.
Should have waited for me. It wouldn't have helped, but you wouldn't have been alone. And I'm gonna slide the ring off my middle finger and just tuck it in to the sarcophagus with her.
Hmm. Okay.
Might as well, renew my oath while I'm here.
Yeah.
Just-
Does fill you with grief, but it also gives you at least a sense of peace, knowing that she wasn't just, I guess, lost. Her soul wasn't consumed by the soulmonger. Carrick mentioned that he spoke to her, so that at least gives you an idea that perhaps there's potential, maybe. Could even bring her back if that was something you wanted to pursue. But it is still a great shame, like you say, you're not with her, and that she was betrayed by Sarah. Came here to make a bargain, the promise of safety for her people. Serac lied. He used them not only to build his tomb, but to test its traps, and ultimately, even the survivors were then sacrificed to the soulmonger itself. Only one was given the privilege of living on past death. His name was Withers. According to the party, that he has already been dispatched. That leaves only one individual left, this Serac, and potentially any more servants that stand in your way. Yeah.
Yeah, hands are gonna kind of grip the sarcophagus and take deep breath in. I'm going to finish this. And this lich is going to feel the pain of every Amuian death that he caused. And our people will know peace by the time I'm finished here. And I'll step away.
Okay. And as you step away, you see that the blood artist is just on the exterior of that tomb, and they are painting a picture of you kneeling down, sobbing, and there's a speech bubble that says "boo hoo."
Punch him in the face.
Okay, you punch him. He kind of stumbles by. Seems these guys are just continuing to make a mockery of your adventure here. And of course, there's even one that does depict the death of Ravaya. Looking up with a speech bubble that says, "Oh no," and a beam coming down. And the next depiction just shows a pile of ash. And then it shows the beholder laughing with a speech bubble. There's more ha ha.
These guys are such.
They are. I'm surprised they're still alive. If I'm honest. Okay.
Toddle back.
Okay. Guys, the next ping you can sense is actually one level up. And
Okay.
wait, sorry, no, hold on. Right,
To the ring.
into that, Carrick. Carrick, something changed
5 ping.
on the move. Perhaps sensing the demise of its other brethren, it's now. And you kind of pause, and everyone's like waiting on your every word, Carrick, and you're like, you can sense it. Your eyes are probably like sifting from left to right, trying to sense its direction. It's here. Wait, close. It's on your level suddenly.
Maybe it saw what happened to our
Can I
T-Rex
sense
and
how
it's
far?
just going to turn itself in.
Yeah. Can I sense like its direction or?
Yeah, it's well, you need to go through the door, but that door's locked from here, unless of course you want to bust it down.
Yeah.
But it is on your level to the southeast.
I don't trust that door. To the southeast.
Yeah.
No, I think we'll just go. I mean, we tried to open that door before, right?
You didn't try to open it, you just didn't open it. I think you looked at it as well. You tried to find something about it, but you figured that it's probably opened from the other side. Probably what you
Mhm.
figured.
Right.
And there was the smell
Yeah, I
of
think
rot
just
and death.
the simplest way will just be to go up. Gotta get up to get down.
Up and
Situation.
around. Sure, I'll just say for the sake of brevity, you do that. Fine.
Great.
There you go.
And can I sense like that it's maybe like around a corner or somewhere? Can you ping on the map where I can sense it?
Yeah, let me just get Ezra over here. There we go. You might not see it, but yeah, down here.
Okay.
Southeast.
Let's go.
So annoying. Yeah, going. I think it's in that place that we didn't want to go to.
Just be ready with the stun.
Yeah, I've actually got. So I am. Is it moving still?
It has stopped.
I say to the gargoyles, hey,
Ah.
does this feel like a one-time thing, or do we have to pay each time we pass?
Roll a persuasion check. You're the only one who can speak Terran, yes, and so
No,
maybe.
I'm just asking a question. I'm not trying to
Oh,
persuade.
okay. Well, the gargoyles do turn to you, and they seem to like tilt their heads, trying to recognize your
Oh,
presence.
come on! It's literally been less than an hour.
You're telling me it's busy enough that you don't remember us.
They say in Terran, in a gravelly voice. Ah, it's fine. You bought a day ticket.
Great.
Okay.
We're paying you,
back
by
here
the way.
again. I see you kids around here again, then yes. It'll be a new tariff.
Are you being paid? Like, I mean, what bet did you lose for this to be your day job?
We're getting rich off of this. Yes. All the
Is it
payment
that
is
much?
ours.
But like,
To keep.
do you
Okay.
get to leave?
Once this place is of no more use, yes.
You know that
I
that's going to
myself.
be the end of the world, right? Surely that was on the job description when you signed up.
End of the world. End of your world, maybe. But we elementals shall live on and return back to our
Right.
plane of Earth.
And then where are you going to spend that money? As far as I know, they don't take the Sword Coast Gold standard on the plane of Earth. Then you've just got a bunch of rocks. And what does that make you on the elemental plane of Earth? Just another elemental with a bunch of rocks. You didn't think this through, did you, lads?
You're testing my patience.
I'm just questioning your reasoning. This seems like you've signed up for a really bum deal.
I'll have you know that precious gems and metals are everything to an earth elemental.
Yeah, well, you got like a shitload of copper, some electrum. I'm just saying,
easy.
the buying power on that exchange rate, you'll really get shafting yourself.
We don't have to do anything but sit here. I say it's an easy deal.
Oh, forever. Yeah, I'm sure you really enjoy the company and the time you've had to develop a rich conversation.
Carrick is just inching away.
Yeah, and how long now?
Um,
Just sitting here collecting chump change? You've been done, my friend.
I would like
Anyway,
to scoop up Lerm and
peace.
start moving.
Thanks for the day pass.
Wait. No. Ah, damn. Okay.
The earth is unmoving. We can sit here for eons and not care for patience or irritation.
Yeah, that sounds like a
Fine.
real laugh a minute.
It seems as
As
though
we're just
they're
like
quite
dragging,
content.
we're just dragging Yasin away.
They,
Yasin, let it go.
yeah,
Let it go.
they
We have to
have the
talk to you.
right mind to just often attack you, but you have paid, and I think that's enough to keep them happy. If it was something like a fire elemental, they would be absolutely fuming and attacking you right now.
I
But
say
thankfully,
in Ignan, bitch.
oh god. But yeah, earth elementals definitely have all the time in the world. They don't give a shit. They have
Okay,
nothing to do.
let's stun ourselves a skelly boy.
Okay.
So
Though,
can
if
you
we come
ping
to this
again
point
roughly
again.
the distance?
Oh, sorry. Go ahead. Sorry.
Can you just ping roughly like where I'm getting a sense of
Ding,
where it is?
ding.
But I don't see anything.
You see the corridor, a set of stairs, and a door up ahead.
But it's on this side of the door.
No. Oh, you want the exact location?
Yeah.
Ding.
Oh, okay. Never mind.
Okay.
Feck. All right.
Okay. So, about this next room. The door seems to have some sort of fiction on it. As you get closer and closer, it becomes
Can we
clearer
get
and
Vorn down
clearer.
here too? By the way.
Yeah, you can. He's trying to he's trying to catch up with you guys, but honestly, you guys go
Yeah.
everywhere very fast.
It's been a lot of running around.
There is a little lizard on his shoulder as well. I will
Oop,
just
I
say
have
again.
disappeared.
You have?
Is it the lizard from before, the one that was right here?
Yes, it is. He was hiding.
There we go.
Yep, he's still hiding in Vaughn's helmet. Pokes his little tongue out. Okay. What else? So he does say, real quickly, guys, I just wish to give you a little bit of a warning about ahead.
He's so cute.
I have seen some people go into that room. Okay?
Yep.
Quite a few of them. None of them came back out. None of them.
Great.
Maybe there's another way around.
There's the other door on the other side.
Yeah, there is. That's true. Oh, you'll be fine then. I probably just took the exit.
Yes, and we have been running around. We should take a pause and maybe just recalibrate and start checking for traps and whatnot. Ignir might hurt
Yes.
himself.
Yes, I suppose.
Ha.
I've never heard Ignir laugh.
Traps.
Okay. You can check for traps. Give me advantage. Investigation or perception.
That is a 19.
19. Okay. So the door is not. You don't see any traps on the stairs or anything on the ceiling that might indicate a trap or a pitfall or anything like a switch. This corridor is safe, but the door itself seems to show. Well, let me just tell you what it shows. It'd be easy. Okay. The stone slab at the end of the corridor is seemingly blocking your path. Painted on it is the image of a gaunt male humanoid wearing a hooded cloak. Its face is a mask of stars, and the figure has like a withered left hand, which is raised with its palm extended. And with a 19, I'll say that you get the impression that it's some sort of like condition that needs to be met to open this door.
It's perfectly obvious to me. We've got to kill the lizard and smear its blood on the door.
What?
Carrick stuns Ignir.
Yeah,
Now.
yeah. Wongo shouts as he does. Yeah, shut up, Hollow One.
We leave the lizard alone. God damn it. How do you always pass these ones?
Because I am not down with your bullshit.
Okay. So the withered hand, that seems to be the thing. Palm extended. My hand's pretty beat up. My left hand's missing a finger. I will face a mask of stars. Ignir, what if you made yourself look like this person? With like a hood and a cloak, and a withered left hand.
Happy to try. I cast Disguise Self and see if it does anything.
You going up to the door and doing this?
Yes.
Okay. So, are you disguising yourself in the same posture as well? Because as you turn into the creature, nothing seems to happen. But yeah, Ignia definitely looks a little bit intimidating, almost as if they belong to some sort of cosmic cult of some eldritch horror. Who knows? But
Maybe raise that left hand with your palm extended.
I'm following what it says.
okay, are you doing that?
Yeah.
Okay.
You got
Immediately, the slab sinks into the floor with a heavy thud, revealing a dusty passageway beyond. Relief carvings on the walls depict crowds of humanoids fleeing a black star in the sky, with rays of light extending to it, and light extending from it turn those who strike dust. I'm just going to copy and paste that in. In addition to
what
that,
kind
you
of
also
door?
hear
What kind of door was it?
it
that
slides
opened?
down, sinks into the floor. It's a sliding door that goes down, and then you also
Okay.
hear this echo from the other side of the room, and it sounded like very similar to when your door just slid open, and you hear a voice from the other side. Ah, oh, that was easy. Wait,
Garrick, do you sense the thing in here?
I should.
you do. Okay.
Is
You
it?
hear
Can
the
you
voice?
ping roughly where it is, Chris?
Yeah, sure. One second.
Carrick is just going to clutch his amulet and say, "All right," and just like say super loud. Use thermometer. I think I have thermometer. No, I'm just going to yell super loudly and say, "There's enough of this. Just burn!" And cast Channel Divinity as yelling on the top of his voice. Turn undead.
Ooh.
Oh, okay. Be 30 foot of it. You hear a voice. He's like, so sorry. I did not mean to disturb you. Great undying one. Uh, you hear this voice coming from a different direction, by the way, but it's present within this chamber. Of course, I'm gonna have to roll a wisdom saving throw, and a
Oh,
16
just fails.
just fails. Okay,
DC 17.
let me do a couple of other things as well.
How many skeleton keys are in here?
Fuck.
One could ask that same question of,
Well, apparently they all failed.
well, let me
One made
check.
it.
Well, no, because they have -1 wisdom apparently.
Oh, nice.
You don't know what that is. Well, I'll tell you what that is later. But for now, those are two d20 rolls, as I happen to have the skeleton key connected to as I rolled them. So anyway, ignore them. They're hidden. They're gone.
I would
Okay.
like to drift forward and levitate towards the other voice that we heard, still in the guise of this kind of hooded figure with the withered hand.
Okay, certainly you can. As you do, you see a creature also come around the other side, and he's got his arms up, looking a little bit frightened. He's kind of like leaning forward. Hello? Oh, this is you, Ignir. The door just suddenly opened.
I am not in here.
Oh shit! Yeah, my bad. You are something else entirely. He didn't understand who you are. Was it you? Was it your voice I heard? I'm sorry.
One of my many voices. Flee this place. You are not welcome here.
I apologize. I simply seek what is belongs to my clan, and he suddenly catches himself in his sentence and looks down. His eyes are clearly opening wide, as if like Aladdin seeing the lamp for the first time. Ignir, you too see it, and as you turn, he can't tell that you're moving your eyes because you've got this illusion of this mask of stars. But I will describe it to you because it is in eye shot. For you is a column. It is formed into a pedestal, and atop the pedestal is quite the wondrous-looking treasure. It is a crown topped with glittering black opals, of resting atop that marble pedestal.
I immediately, the moment I see him looking at it, I will attempt to cast Mage Hand and grab it and pull it to me.
Okay. Oh boy. What is the okay? As you're doing that, what do the rest of you guys do? Because I just want a quick action. You got one action as Ignir does this.
Yeah, I mean, I'm gonna run into to just go and just try to get to that. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I'm just gonna dash to try to get to the
Running.
where I sense the skeleton hopefully fall.
Okay. I'd like
You're back.
everyone to roll initiative as you grab the stone. Grab the crown of black opals. At that exact moment, you hear the rumbling of stone. And Yasin, I note that you have not yet moved. This door is beginning to rise back up. It is sealing them off.
Oh, who's got
Oh, we
the?
should have goddamn put the. I
got the
do. It's on. Actually, I don't. It's left. It was left back here with Vorn.
Okay, that's what I'm
It
doing.
was at this door, or it's keeping that door open.
Okay.
Perfect.
Can you
Which
get
we
back
probably would have
there
collected.
and back
We probably
inside?
would have. We probably would have collected it, but we just forgot to say that.
It's true. You would have seen this door is opened by that same. Who normally holds on to it? It's usually Carrick, isn't it?
We shifted around.
Okay. Well, I'm gonna say you probably did loot it again, but I'm gonna say it's probably in Carrick's possession.
Okay.
I'm going to give you the option. Yeah, yes, and EQ rushes in. She's not going to duel. She wants to stay with the pie. Vaughn is probably always going to be after Carrick, but he's squeezing. So as he dashes, he doesn't get very far. He gets to about
I'm going to
yeah. Lifetime
hang
orientation.
back, I think, just in case there's something I can do from this side.
Understood.
Yeah,
The
Which we all get.
good.
understood. That in that case, then everyone can roll initiative if you haven't already, and this right here closes, sealing both entrances off. And Yaru kind of hisses for the first time. He kind of drops his calm demeanor and says, "That belongs to us. It belongs to the fame of the Night Serpent." And immediately, oh my god, like, you do come around the corner, Carrick, and there is indeed a skeletal key that is probably fleeing from you, correct? 'Cause that's what they have to do.
I think I killed it with the channel divinity.
Oh, correct.
Destroy.
Yeah.
This is destroy undead. Anything.
Okay, it's gone then. You do find the remains
Great.
of it. 100% it's gone. Let me just remove it from the turn order. You find the skull lying atop a pile of dust. That thing is sufficiently annihilated. However,
Roll credits.
Da, da, da.
it seems as though it is not the only presence of undead that you have affected in this immediate area. To the right of you, you see that there is another screaming skull of or rather a face, sorry, of a bearded devil on the wall. And this one has as much as a blackened mouth as the others, just this kind of void beyond. And you see a hand, a withered hand, crawling and grabbing the edge of it. Yes, and you're at the top of initiative. What do you do?
This door is fully sealed, right?
You have fully sealed, yeah.
I can't replicate what Ignir did and get it to reopen from this side.
I don't think you can once it's. Wait, actually.
Didn't we just do that for Yaru though?
You open for both doors, yeah. When you open it, one door, it opens both. And when you activate the crown, when you've picked up the crown, it closes. So I'm going to say no, yes, and you try to do the same, it doesn't open.
Okay.
Something inside has triggered this, and you don't know how to get it back.
Hmm. I'm going to think on it, and that's my action.
Okay.
Can
All
I
right.
Can I roll like a, I don't know, like an intelligence check to maybe get a clue if Yasin's thinking on it?
With your 19 from earlier, you kind of understood the condition. There was a condition to open it. You figured that out. But I'm going to say that there's something inside that has triggered this, and either that needs to be reverted or you need to force your way through. That's really your only two options.
Got you.
And then, yeah, there's something that someone has done in here, and you could hear the voices. And Ignir was shouting at someone about a black crown. I think Yaru said something about we're here to reclaim something, and that was it. You can't really guess any more than that. But okay, the next turn is up. So just so you can see the creature Carrick, I'm going to describe this because it has spawned effectively. It's on the map. Right as you picked up the crown, Ignir, this withered hand grabbed the bottom lip of the screaming mouth, and from the void, this creature of misshapen flesh. Its eyes are sunken and hollow-looking. Its mouth shares the same elongated, gaping mouth, and it's just an endless void in their own mouths as well. they pull themselves free from here, and they look at you, and there's this
Oh my
almost
god.
silent scream over their face, and immediately you feel the aura of undeath, this presence about them that is unholy and begins to wither your skin. Your greenish tint begins to kind of like fade away into grey. That's what you see coming out of the mouth, but it's only one of them, because the other one is cowering from your turn undead.
Oh great. Excellent.
You've only got one of them to deal with. Happy days. It is Ignis go. And you probably hear this re-dead sound in the distance.
Okay, but the doors are shut, even though I'm standing next to one looking like the same thing.
The doors have shut, yeah. The crown's within your mage hand, and both doors have shut. You feel like you're the one who triggered it. As soon as you grab that crown, something happened.
We can.
Okay. If I don't know what we want to do. I am going to look to Yaru and say, "This is what your ambition costs us," and I'm going to flee around the corner.
Go wherever you want.
And I'll hold an action in case something comes for me.
Okay, with the what?
By
Your
action,
blade
I
or
mean Eldritch Blast.
Eldritch Blast? Okay, Eric. Between you and this creature, there is a skull sitting atop the pile of dust. You've just reached it. What do you want to do? Oh, actually, I think there's also something else because you're in the immediate area. Actually, no, it needs to be active first. So you're okay. Something is definitely building up. This necrotic, unholy aura is building up, and you feel like being anywhere near it is probably a bad idea. What do you want to do?
Is picking up the skull an action, or is that a free object
That's
interaction?
reaction.
Yeah. Carrick will just like with his shield, just kind of like scoop it up with his arm, and just kind of like be holding the shield there, and at the skull there, and he is going to. Yeah, I mean, he's got a thing that he does all day. He's gonna stun it.
Okay.
Oh god, that's so bad. Not good.
You try to stun this creature, and it is unholy in its resistance. Somehow it just turns and lets out this horrific screech towards you.
Yeah, and Carrick is just going to 1, 2, 3 slide under Vorn's legs, and just get there.
Okay.
I've got it. I've got it. Something bad back there.
Okay, the next creature. I really want to get this so you can hear it. God, sound like it's just horrific. Anyway, the next turn is EQ. Oh god, it's me. What is around there? What did you see?
We're fighting. It's chasing us. It's bad.
Chasing is bad. Okay, stay behind me. Wait, Vaughn's got it. It looks like we need to get out of here. Door is sealed. I think she's just gonna swoop around. Yaru's here. She does a little quick swoop.
He must have been the one who triggered the trap.
You think so? Yoru says, "No, it was that strange creature. The one hooded with stars for eyes." Ika kind of works out what's going on at this point. But I don't think she can do much more. She doesn't really want to go around the corner, nor does she want to just openly attack anyone. I think she's just going to dodge for now. But maybe she goes around to the other way, checks the other door. That'll be her turn. It's sealed from here as well, Esri.
Gonna guess Yaru's not a happy chappy right now.
Yaru is not. No, he said, "That is all I have come here for. Give me the crown, and I can leave this place."
You're not going to be leaving here with anything. Compelled deal.
What? I am not your enemy. Oh, okay. Wisdom save. Yeah, UNT.
This is why
You've
we run the
been.
paladin.
Ooh, 17 makes it. I
I
protest.
would still
the-
like to try and intimidate him.
Yeah, okay. What an intimidation check. I understand our people have never really liked to see eye to eye. I understand if the Omuian Queen was here right now, she'd probably have me killed.
I'll
What
just
do
be
you
carrying
say?
out her wishes.
He backs away. He kind of goes around. She said that? Like, when you
Mhm.
spoke to her? Okay, alright, I'm leaving. He ducks away into the corner. He runs. But, I mean, he would do that on his turn, but he's sufficiently frightened of you. That's for sure. Okay, finally, this creature. Music bot, you can help me. Alright. 5. As a bonus action, he will activate his Aura of Annihilation. While
Oh, that
active,
doesn't sound great.
Excuse me?
yeah. While
Just because he's in the
active,
loop of annihilation, there's nothing to do
the
with
aura
anything
deals
else.
5 necrotic damage to any creature ends its turn within 30 feet of the Bodak. So that's active now. There's no real good way to show it, but 30 feet, everyone feels this rot over their flesh. You see
Oh, even
Eric's eyes
Yasin, huh?
come around the corner, look more sunken. There's a grayish tint over his normally vibrant green skin. And even you, Igneous, see like a couple of scales kind of fray at the edges of your illusion. Okay, that's a bonus action.
Wow, you don't meet a lot of monsters with bonus actions. This is
No.
concern.
That's he's gonna hold his action. That's it. Going down to Yara. He flees immediately. He doesn't want to be near here, anywhere near Esri. You can only see he turns tail and hides. It's gonna be his go. The other one is still frightened and doesn't make a save at the end of the turn. Still Channel Divinity is OP. Alright. Cool.
Vorn. Yeah, Vorn's gonna go stomp forward. One.
As he clunks around the corner, he sees that the creature is no more. He at least isn't present. It's still half movement for Vaughn.
Yeah, so
hold
he's gonna, but he's gonna dash if he doesn't
Okay.
see it.
He can get to. Ooh, that's tricky. He started here, didn't he?
Yeah.
And yeah, that's kind of where he can get to, really, even with a dash.
Even dashing.
Mhm.
Okay.
Yeah. It's tight corridors for him, I'm afraid.
Okay.
He does charge forward, and you can hear him getting further and further down the corridor. Sounds like he's chasing it the other way. Yes.
Well, I feel somewhat useless. I can't really get through this thing, so I'm going to start trying to destroy the door.
As you crack a couple of attacks at it, you realize that it is completely impervious to damage.
Okay. Oh. That'll be my action.
It is Ignis' go. You still have the crown in your mage hand.
Cool, cool.
Put the candle back.
Yeah, I'm gonna put the crown back on the pedestal. Now that Yaru's run away.
Okay. You can do that. You need to go around to do that. Well, not. You need to see where you're putting it.
So I'll move to there, put the crown back on the pedestal. Does that open the doors?
Good question. Let me find out for you. It does not. No.
Cool.
Unfortunately, wait one sec. There's lots of ins and outs here. If you remove the crown from the pedestal, two things happen. Closed, the stone slabs have sealed off. The Modex have emerged. Nope, it does not. In fact, no. As you kind of expect it to do something, you look around, looking at the door, and you can see that painted on the inside of the slab, so this kind of image appears. It's the same male hooded wearing hooded cloaked figure, and once again, he has the stars where his face should be. But now, the figure holds up his right arm, which is severed neatly at the elbow.
Oh no. Oh no.
And
Can I use my action to make myself mirror the image?
ooh,
That's pretty good.
okay.
Illusions.
Oh man,
Because you could yeah, that's awesome. So good.
It's just an illusion.
It's just a
it's
door.
just an illusion. Yeah, I'll tell you what. What's your
I mean, it
spell
works.
save?
Work to get in.
My
It
spell
did
save
work. It
is
did work getting in, but then you're not sure whether it was the illusion that worked or whether it was just someone holding up the right hand. Okay, I have no idea. So I'm going to say what we can do is, what's your spell save DC actually for your illusion? 15, and it's intelligence check
17.
sort of
17.
17. Okay, and to overcome the illusion, it's an intelligence check, correct?
I believe so, but let me double check.
Like they have
We're
to.
going
What's
make a
the
check.
what's
decipher
the
if it
door?
is-
What's the door's what's the
The
door's
door has a
intelligence?
number in mind. I've got the number in mind, don't worry. But I just want to know if it's an intelligence check. Yeah. I'll look it up as well. This guy's stuff. It is an action to investigate. Yep, it's intelligence. Alright. Okay. We're gonna roll it. The door perceives your vision, perceives your illusion rather, and discerns whether it is acceptable. I
Oh
just rolled an
god.
natural 20. Nope. The door knows this is merely an illusion,
Oof.
and it denies you.
Who's left-handed?
Well, that's just rude.
It is. I'm afraid I so brutally rude. Yep. It has to be the whole arm, it seems. Okay.
Oh.
That is your action, I'm afraid, to manipulate the illusion. Any more movement?
Well.
Well, I will shift back to the other door
Okay. go
Oh,
ahead.
that door wouldn't know. Yeah.
and see if the doors talk to each
I
other.
wouldn't know. What are you doing? Okay,
I
you
mean-
can give your token character up.
That's great. I love it. Okay. Carrick is going to. He's seeing. Yeah. He's just gonna kind of. All right. Let's just see if I can get closer. That's one. So it's 1, 2, 3, 4.
Right there. As soon as
Yep.
you come around the corner, Eric, this creature's held action goes off,
What do you got? What do
and
you
it
have?
screams in your direction. This horrific sound echoes into your mind, and it slows. All of time slows down for you. Or maybe it speeds up. Sounds like it's getting fast. Carrick, I need you to roll a wisdom save, I think. Let me check. Constitution save.
Constitution.
Constitution save, please.
That's
He should just be 10 feet away from me.
not gonna even with the bonus. That's not gonna.
Good lord. As it unleashes this deathly gaze upon you, you are reduced to 0 hit points.
What?
Oh no!
Uh-uh.
No.
No.
No. Cut off your arm, Ignir.
Just take one for the team.
Just take one for the team. Just cut it off.
I can't possibly do that. I have
So that would have
long-
been. Yeah. Oof, that is rough.
And if, yeah, it's only because you failed by 5 or more, right? Because if you'd have rolled just like a little bit low, it wouldn't have been as bad. But this is like the worst.
Was that like a frightened thing?
This is death gaze.
Right, but like, was that what thing that did? Because I have advantage on, like say like frightened, and stuff. Just trying to squeeze everything I
It does
can out.
say unless it's immune to frightened condition.
I'm not immune, but I just have an advantage.
Okay. Against frightened effects?
Yeah, from the it's a gift thing.
Is it? Oh,
I'll
shit,
post it in
okay.
the chat.
Yeah, play into the chat for us. If advantage on saving throws against being charmed, frightened.
On
The frightened
saving
condition.
throws against the charmed and frightened conditions. I guess that's not really.
It's not trying to fear you, but it does say unless it's immune to the frightened condition. I'm gonna say no, because it's not trying to fear you, but if you were immune to fear, then you would be fine. But
Okay.
hold on a minute. Ezri, you're paladin aura.
It's 10 feet.
10 feet.
I'm in 10 feet.
He's
Oh,
literally in
no.
10 feet.
No, not the. It's aura of courage is the fright. Yes, within 10 feet. I thought it was 5 feet. Yes!
Oh my god.
Can't be frightened. Yes. Paladin.
Paladin!
What's going on? Oh my lord, okay. I will allow that though, because that says you're immune to the frightened condition, which is what you are. Then it says
Death gaze.
it says the creature is reduced to 0 points unless it is immune to the frightened condition, otherwise it takes 3d10 psychic damage on a failed save.
Okay.
So that's
Okay. I'll take
only going to be
3d10.
that.
I'll take 3d10.
You're right, let's undo that. You're back up to 53, minus 17. Lord,
But
You-
but actually only 8 because plus
Because-
8 more because
right,
points.
okay.
Oh god, that's
And,
so scary.
You won't take 7 instead. Alright, fair. Jesus Christ, we got there in the end, guys.
Holy
Ezri,
shit.
what on earth does Carrick feel? The sensation of death about to take him. What does he feel that overcomes this? What is your aura like in the back of his head?
Let's see. Let's just really play into the whole ASMR thing. You just get the feeling of these really not quite there feathery wings blocking it off from you. Lots of light.
Like it?
Basically going no.
Yeah. It shields your eyes as well. It's probably the main thing you realize at this point. As it stares at you, that's what's connecting this deathly, horrific effect. And these wings obscure the vision of this creature just in time. but the mind still, it can hear that scream and it reels in the back of your head. You do take a bit of psychic damage, but you continue your turn, Carrick, as that thing was holding its breath.
So it's gonna go soon.
I believe it. 10 foot. Look at that. I mean, it is
Shit.
like
10
the
from
wall.
edge to edge, yeah. Because the wall's getting.
I will step over here.
Oil.
So I can. Let's try to stun it again. So
Okay, you want to stun
I
it
can do
again?
that. I can do
You
that.
can do that. I'll roll a wisdom save.
I think it does it when I
Or
do
does
it.
it automatically? Yeah, we could. Well,
12.
that does it. This creature freezes up as if it was just a statue, but it's still gazing upon you, and this aura does assist.
Yeah. I'll back up that way.
Okay, yeah, you do get out of range of it. You feel your like a breath of fresh air as you come out of 30-foot radius. Like gasp. Okay, that's ending your turn. EQ's up. I don't know about you guys, but there's something about this door. But I can't get it open. I'll come back around. You look like you've seen a ghost, Carrick. Are you okay?
Just I'm not feeling great. Just
What
so
happened?
happy Ezra is here. There's a monster.
On it.
It's oh god.
Wait, what
Stay
kind of monster?
close. Stay close to Ezra.
Very well. She is going to sit here for now. Maybe she'll hold her action to move with you, Ezra. That's what she'll do. You hold it there. Go ahead, Ezra. Go ahead.
I'm really excited for this. So,
Hallelujah.
I'm going to use my action to cast Crusader's Mantle.
Restores mental. Nice. It's a 30-foot radius of your own.
Yep.
The battling of auras commences.
Yeah. I just really
Okay.
love the extra radiant damage on attack. Oh, it didn't. No, rude. Wait a second.
You can still move up if you wanted.
Mm-hmm.
There sits atop the pedestal a crown, which I found some decent artwork for.
There we go. Okay. So that's the little thingy. And oh god, where have I gone?
Where have you gone? You're here.
I'm here, but I can't see my token, which is really weird. I can see the little trackery thing, but I
bizarre.
can't see myself.
Should I drag
But-
another one on?
Would it might just be my Foundry being an abs? Fine.
Dragged another one on if that helped.
See, 2 seconds.
No worries. In the meantime, I have a view of this thing. This is what I imagine this throne crown of black opals looks like. It is both frightening to behold and also beautiful. It's pearls. Sorry, it's onyx. At least you assume they'd be onyxes. They're just so dark that you can't even see much of a reflection in them. You kind of see this void in the center of each gem, almost as if it's absorbing the light.
We might swipe that later, but more importantly, Bodak.
Oh yeah, the Bodak. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So-
Oh, there's 2 of me now. Okay.
Yeah. So get rid of that one.
There you go. I guess we're just gonna go to here, and I guess try and take a
You can see it. Yeah, it's peeking around the corner. It's got a leaning, and its face is like open agape, but it's stuck there.
Yeah,
Doesn't seem to be moving.
I don't really have enough movement to get up to it, but
There's one out.
yeah, because I've already used my action to cast Crusader's Mantle. So yeah, I would just like to stand here and kind of block off this way.
5, 10, 20, 30. Yeah, you can get up there. And if you end your turn there, you do take 5 necrotic
Uh-huh.
half because you're an ASMR.
Yeah.
Very nice. Okay. even you feel this horrific aura, but your angelic blood seems to resist it slightly. The next turn, creature is stunned, but at the end of the turn, no longer stunned. So as it does, it reverts its gaze towards you, Esri, and it is staring at you.
It's into the end of
I
its
pull
next
it
turn.
away.
Yeah, I know it is.
Okay,
You want to
so-
avert your eyes? You
Alright.
can do that. If you want to avert your gaze, you can do that. So, but it tries to catch your eyes. And just in the nick of time, you look away. It is Yaru's go. He's trying to get the hell out of here. Why is this door open? There we go. He's just banging on the door like, let me out, please.
He's really desperate. He could just cut his arm off.
Good. Vaughn catches the back of it.
Vorn, coming in hot.
Okay.
Gonna smack. Standard roll. It's not stunned anymore?
It's not stunned anymore, no.
Okay.
Not that you need it.
Hit.
Really.
And then do I get an extra d4 of radiant damage on that?
You would.
Alright, so I'll just
Let me give
roll
it back. Good.
2d4 extra damage. So 7 damage. So that's 15. That's what is that? 5, 22 damage. 7 of it is radiant.
You pummel onto the back of this thing. It doesn't feel as though the fists are really impacting as heavy as what Vaughn is normally used to, but the radiant damage is certainly scoring and searing the back of it. So,
Okay.
That's
his turn.
Around that. All right, cool.
And then he heals back up. So.
Does it look like I could gaseous form through this? Is there like a gap around the door?
I'll tell you, because you rolled a 19 earlier, this door sealed so firmly shut that there is actually no gap.
Okie dokie. Then I'm plumb out of ideas here, so I'm going to start making my way around the long way.
Okay.
Did we skip my turn?
Nope.
Yeah,
That's your turn
it
now.
should be Ignis now.
Oh, sorry, it's weird. On mine, it showed mine, then Jason's, then mine. So can I see if this door reacts differently now that I checked one door and now I'm going to check the other?
You can try the other. I think this was the door you tried it on.
Sorry?
You tried it on that one first, or this one?
I tried it on the western door first.
Oh, did you?
Now I want to try it on the northern door, see if it is also as observant as its friend.
Sure. Go ahead, give it another shot. I'm gonna roll an investigation check. This door seems to be stupid. Why am I saying this? It sounds so dumb, but yeah, it seems as though this door does agree with your illusion. Perhaps the other one saw you do the illusion, and that's why it didn't really work, because it saw your arm not really yet severed. But this door only sees you come around with a severed arm and may think that you've already got rid of it. And suddenly the door slides back up.
I'll turn to Carrick and with the non-severed arm, reach out and say, "Give me the rod."
Yeah, I don't resist.
Okay.
If it's possible, I would like to take the rod and put it where the door would close and activate it.
You can do that. That will cost your action.
That's totally fine. And then I will just yell out, "Time to go!" and step outside the door.
Okay.
We're gonna leave Yaru. In here, aren't we? Yeah, I'm gonna come up with just to get insight and try to stun it again.
Okay. Are you averting your gaze this time?
Yeah.
Okay. Then you have stun.
I'd have to be able to see it.
Right. Yeah, that's the thing, right?
So,
See, yeah. You know, sure, I'll let you do it anyway. It's already done. You can you can freeze this thing up, and once again, you're going to come around the corner. Its focus is on Esri, and just as it tries to look up towards you, your eyes meet briefly, but before it can impact you with its own death gaze, you stun it with yours, and one goes like, "Yeah, I like to taste your own medicine."
Time to go. And then, so that's
What?
1, 2,
You
3,
mean
and then
go?
4, 5.
We're gonna smash it! No! Take me back! Ah!
Vorn does the smashing.
What? That's no fair. I do
Okay.
smash.
That's my action.
Okay. EQ. Ugh. Foul artifact. We're not going to touch this thing. If anything, we should take it just to destroy it. But I am fine with sealing it away as well. Esri, you need my help, or are we leaving?
Nope, you get out. I'm right behind you.
Very well.
Vorn's gonna
I
take a minute to
see you
get
on the
out,
other
but-
side. EQ's gonna fly and dash. Ah, Yasin, the way is open.
Oh, you're back. Hello. Everything okay in there?
Almost. We're
I
just
was
getting
worried
out.
for a moment.
We have the skeleton key,
Excellent.
but there is something horrific in there.
Oh,
Eric, sorry, no, Ezra, you are up.
I go. Okay. Let's make sure everyone else can get up first. So do. Hello. I'm gonna flank this guy with good boy Thorn.
You have flanking, and it's stunned, so you have advantage.
Whee! Go, Colin, go.
Nice.
That's not the bit I want. I want to cast a blinding smite.
Blinding sword, okay. Being radiant as well.
Oh, plus an
Ow.
extra D4.
Okay, yeah, plus the d4. This
Blinded
creature
would be
makes a
pretty
con
sweet.
save. D4. Did it not roll the con save? No, I'll do that.
No.
7, it fails. You blind a Bodak. Probably the most, well, liberating effects it can have.
Excellent. That's that done. That's fine. I have another attack. I'm just gonna try and smoosh.
Yeah. I was like, do you remember this is alright? Because you're averting your gaze, you're technically blinding your own self, but this flat roll would have still hit anyway. It's still good. But yeah, because you're averting your gaze, roll it's a flat. Okay, that's. Oh my lord.
30? Who
Oh,
are you?
oh. How do you finish this thing off? I only had 11 HP.
Great.
Grab your-
This is gonna be a rush job because I'm trying to get out. So I would just like to. That's a good question. Sorry, my brain has stopped working. I didn't know what was gonna
I'll
work
decide then.
entirely.
Grab it.
Yeah, just yeah, big gaping mouth, sword through, stab.
Oh,
Fuck you. Time to go.
okay. Yeah, I mean, the blinding smite poured it, like, filled its eyes with light. And as the sunken void drank in the light, it reeled backwards, letting its mouth agape for you to stab straight through, out the back of the head. For a moment, you feel this cold sensation around the hilt of the blade where your sword went through. And as you pull it back out for a moment, your sword, for just a brief second, actually isn't there. You've just got left with a hilt, as if his mouth just destroyed it utterly. But then it flickers back into existence as the Bodak falls down dead. Your sword reappears.
Excellent. Most definitely time to go.
Okay, and you can move and run out. At this point, you you see the entrance this way's open, so you want to run that way. There you go.
Yes.
At this point, though, combat is kind of over. I'm just going to end it momentarily. At least you guys believe it's over. Yaru kind of runs around. and meets you kind of like midway. Oh, shit, runs back the other way. But you can leave if you want at this point. You can just get the fuck out.
Yeah, I'd like to.
You see Vorn squeezing
really
through.
bad. I would very much like to wait until like we're just about ready to go because we've got the rod kind of holding this up.
Yeah, Vaughn's trying to get past. He's waiting to squeeze through.
Yeah, so Thorn can go first.
Carrick is going to cast Mage Hand right by the.
Yeah, so let's let's
you
get out
did
first.
not.
If Yaru comes into view, I'd like to cast command on him.
He is trying to hide, so he is not coming into view.
It's fine. We can just lock him.
Carrick gives Ezra just like a knowing nod.
Yeah. Let's get out first.
Okay. So you kind of all at the edge of the door. Carrick, you're waiting with a mage hand, and
Yeah,
you see
I'd like to get out of the door, but I'm
Okay,
just
then
waiting for
you can
Ignir
do
and
that.
Vorn and stuff to move.
You're the last
Just so I'm
one
at the
then.
door. And then in what languages do I speak? In Abyssal, Carrick is going to say, "Enjoy your treasure," and Mage Hand move the necklace and take the rod out of the way.
The crown. Yeah, I know what you
Yeah.
meant. But yes, the crown topples to the floor. Yaru hears it and rushes around the corner just as this door is sliding up. You see the last thing is him bending down to pick it up and says, "Ah, Penthaza, you shall be pleased. The Night Serpent shall reign supreme." The door closes, and then you hear
I
that
also
muffled, horrific screech. As I imagine at this point,
yeah.
the other Bodek is awakened once again. And how long does your channel divinity last?
A minute.
A minute. Okay. So it's about a minute.
That's been about a minute. Yeah.
Right, gotcha. Well, it's probably by the time you get to the stairs and reconvene with your allies, is when you hear that horrific scream, that hollow, unholy scream that muffles through the wall. And it has definitely overcome the fear effect. And, well, in there, you can only imagine what horror he is having to witness. He has his prize, though. He has his crown, his opal crown. What more could be a happy ending for Yaru? A fitting ending, we'll say. He has his treasure, but it cost him his life. As that scream goes off once again, you understand wholly that he's probably just bared witness to the deathly gaze of a Bodak. God, that was a real
I
kind of a mummy
thought
moment.
I was gonna be scared in there, but that's right. It just seemed like when I'm around you, I just can't get scared.
Have that effect on people.
She's very inspiring.
I'm counting 5 skeleton keys.
5 skeleton keys. Let's keep on going down. Or are we tiny hutting? We're gonna tiny hut somewhere.
Please.
We could give it a tiny go. Yeah.
I thought we had an idea a while ago. What if we tiny hutted in the control room?
We can try that.
If that door's open, so we can just drop down here, or should we not drop down? How far of a drop is that? We could also just go back up and down, and go down the other entrance.
I'd say let's go the way we know.
Yeah, the safe way. Cool.
Sorry, Yaru. Hashtag not sorry.
So sorry, where are we going?
We're going up one level to get around so that we can get back in the service entrance and then go all the way down to level 5.
Lovely. I like it. Anytime.
Oh, Kirsty, you've never been to level 5, Kirsty.
No.
So this is even better. So now it's actually new for your character.
So Am I the only one that saw our friend here? Or is he not actually here?
Oh, I was hoping he would, just ignore us and stay here.
Chris,
That was such a fitting end. I can't believe it. Yaru
so satisfying.
got his awful crown, only to have you guys stab him in the back after all of this. Unbelievable.
One NPC
Yeah.
down.
Look, he is from a temple that has like thousands, like hundreds of slaves being bled
Oh,
dry
yeah.
for their food. I mean, like in no way do we feel bad about this guy dying.
Oh, no
God,
way,
no.
no way. It's just funny that, he was going to bring around the end of the world, but you ended his world. I don't know. It's just so fitting. Like, Yaru is like, he was after that thing this whole time, and you gave it to him. You really did. Okay, the little lizard
So
says,
yeah,
"Oh, you actually made it. I'm impressed. You guys aren't like the others."
Oh, you're so cute.
I love him so much.
we are so cute. We're combo breakers.
Oh, it's like you were designed in a lab to be cute, and they
Hey.
nailed it.
Yes, ma'am.
Oh,
Yes, ma'am.
So, coming back up, yeah. Where do you want to go to try and take this long rest?
So we want to go up the stairs to go to level 3 to go into the service entrance that we can then go all the way down the service entrance down to level 5.
Okay, up to level 3, down to level 5. Let's go the quick way and just activate them there.
Yay.
You know where you're heading. Along the way, you probably encounter a few tomb dwarves who are trying to clean up the mess. Afterwards, refix a few traps. They pose little to no threat at this point. You guys cleave them down or send them running. But the tomb dwarves are present here still. There are more.
Ooh,
On the
Ignir, do
way.
you want to look like Withers?
I'm
I'm
pretty
pretty sure that
we
ship
would've
has
got out by
sailed.
now.
Wait,
Fair enough. Fair enough.
I'll drag you guys on one by
So
one.
Carrick kind of with I'm sure with the other 3 nerdy boys describes to Ezra kind of the whole setup that there's 3 big gears that look
That
like
are
they
very
should move
angry.
around, and there's a control room. And the only thing we know about the control room is that it's got a door that's stronger than the immovable rod, and it gets activated with the red button, and it would trap us in there conceivably. It actually might still be closed. It might still be closed. We don't.
Crushed.
Yeah, it was going to be a bad day for somebody.
And we want to rest in there.
Well, I think we were thinking if we set up a tiny hut that's partially in the way of the door can't fully close if it does close again, right?
It only closed when Yasin pressed the big red button. So
Right. We
that's
could
up
also
to you.
just not press the big red button. Yeah,
In my defense, it was the big red
it
button.
was red.
Like if you were going to make that
there is a big blue.
If you were going to make that the don't touch button, you wouldn't have made it big and red.
So Withers' fault.
Precisely.
There is also a big blue button, and then a blue dial and a red dial.
There is. Shall I give you the handout again? Just so you can see what you're dealing with. And there it is. Feel free to like screenshot it if you want.
Yeah.
And I'll even
I have been thinking about this for too long.
I will also put in the Discord the actual image of it, just so you have it for reference.
I like the little lever's a star. That's cute.
Oh, I forgot about the lever.
Proper Sailor Moon.
Yeah, I
Then
forgot about the
why?
lever for sure. Okay.
I've changed the lighting on this map considerably, by the way, just to make it work. But yeah. You know which way you're going, regardless.
Is that door open? Or oh, don't step in this stuff. It is aboleth slime.
Oh. Okay.
Oh,
Yeah.
also there might be an aboleth down here.
The corridor along the way, I'm gonna say that Vaughn picked you up, carried you some way. You saw Vaughn even shudders as they step on the slime, and then they put you down on the other side and then shake it off.
That's grim.
The door is open.
Yeah. Oh, okay. This is great.
Yep, seems like the tomb dwarves. Maybe the tomb dwarves came by here.
That's so industrious. Vorn, would you mind just picking me up and jump?
Yeah, he lifts you over and plops you on the other side. Again, he kind of like shudders, and he probably sees geometric patterns that don't make sense.
It's just. I can. Yeah.
Ignir just goddamn hovers over shit.
I can help that.
You can probably do that.
It's my
Ignia
one
can
power.
hover, and EQ flies. And then once she reaches here, she turns back into her human form. Okay. The pipes on the corner, on the our wall, are kind of dripping still with this greyish slime. As per the image,
Yeah, we should
you can see the trail from them.
plug those up, right?
Yes, for sure.
Okay. How are you plugging them?
Not sure.
Um,
Can't change the stone in here.
Paint them.
we have the paints. What if we just paint perfect like
Plugs.
cylindrical metal plugs? Or like a big cork.
You want to try that?
Maybe metal. Metal probably is better. Or stone. Yeah, like big. If we make like some big like tier like little ice cream. If we paint like 3 ice cream cone metal plugs, and then we can just that'll fill it up perfectly tight, right?
Okay.
Yes, I think.
Okay. I also think I've figured out what we need to do. So we're in position 3 right now. We need to figure out how these dials
Let me just.
affect the position,
Oh god.
and then we need to be in the middle dial, and
Before we
then
jump on,
in the we need to be
before we jump onto
in the
that,
middle cog.
are you actually doing you're painting 3 cylindrical things and then plugging them? Yeah. Is that happening right now?
Yeah, that's probably a good thing to do first.
Okay, so you're doing this.
I'm not a
so-
good painter.
Okay.
I mean, I
Who
don't
wants-
think this necessarily needs to be good at
Master
painting,
Race.
That's fine. So you can paint 3 conical-looking plugs, and they even begin to feel a bit heavy in your hands. They have actually created the actual material of metal as well. Once you plug each of them up, you do hear the kind of like guttural glug, 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 glug sound, as it does seem like it has filled the hole and slime has stopped
Well,
leaking.
have Vorn like give each one a tap, like a good tap to like push them in a bit.
Hammer them in.
Yeah.
Yeah, sure. All right. He uses his large adamantine fist to hammer each one in, making sure that they aren't gonna come loose from pressure.
Okay.
And it's sufficiently plugged.
All right. So I don't know how this is gonna. I know what we have to do. I just don't know how we can do it. But we essentially, I think, if we get Iku, once we figure out how these dials and buttons work to adjust the gears, we need to be standing in the middle cog, and we need to change the orientation to orientation 1, and then that should be, or not, or 1 or 5. Well, one gets us into the furthermost right cog. We just don't know if.
Okay, am I
Yes,
being
there's-
really stupid, or do all the symbols on these things look the exact same?
On the actual cog,
Mm-hmm.
yes,
The
they do. They all match up. There is a star on the far left of the leftmost cog, and that matches throughout all of the configuration.
Ooh, and there's a star. There's a star on the lever.
There is actually, yeah.
Cool, and that lines up with where we're at.
So there's not
So
different
the
orientation.
star is the star is the control room, and so that stays steady no matter what.
So if they're all
Oh
the
no,
same.
they all stay steady. They're all the same. So those are like the separate exits. Oh, but look! One is got wheels down there, like Napaka's thing.
They all do.
Right.
Yeah.
But each.
He's pointing to each of the bottom leftmost corner of the middle cog all shares the same icon. And he's
Okay.
pointing to that.
Were we gonna take a? Do you want to get Rufus back, Yasin, and do a scout?
Yes, I'd say let's give that a go.
And we didn't
Just
want
because we need to.
rest here.
I think we could rest here, but we just need to find out which, like, if we need to go. We kind of saw it earlier, but we don't know if we need to go north or south out of here. That little like wind symbol or the like, I think the exit has got to be on the furthest right cog.
That makes sense. Sort of up to the north.
Right. So to get, and the only way to get into the furthest right cog is if we're in the middle cog,
And then go
and
to
then
sequence
and
5.
then we or sequence 1, because that's going to connect the middle one to the right, to the furthest right one.
Yeah.
Because that's where the gap is.
Got you. Yeah.
Yeah. So what's going to need to happen is we'll be in the middle one, and maybe if Iku, because you can turn into a tiny little snake and fly and catch up to us, maybe.
Not quite tiny, but medium size.
I can
Carrot-
gaseous form.
Carrot gives.
Ah,
Oh yeah,
that's true.
that might be good.
Mm-hmm.
We also have this potion of diminution.
Okay.
If you want to be, you could be a small.
That is a good option as well. I will hold on to it then.
I'll hand the potion of diminution to Iku.
Thank you.
But let's scout and rest, and then we can go from there.
Let's do it.
Sounds good.
Okay, you've got the charcoal and incense to cast. Find familiar again, yeah?
Yes, I haven't really been keeping track
I have.
of how much of that I've been burning.
Okay.
but
I have.
Well,
I
got
bought.
charcoal
I
and
have a
incense.
bunch of incense.
I'll tell you what. If you were to run
I have a
out,
bunch of incense we used for.
you could start
for that
using
stuff.
the. You could actually start using the paints to actually
Yes.
paint you more charcoal. So
Yeah.
not the end of the world. You probably have a good ample supply, and within 10 minutes
Does it
you
have to
have
be
yourself
special?
a Rufus. You don't have to be special incense or anything, no, but they have to be enough that it comes to 10 gold effectively.
I just got
I
a
just
hot
wanna
topic.
Do you want to summon him as that and as an owl?
Yes, yeah, please.
Okay. Owl, Rufus Owl is back. Rufus.
And
Oh, that was back.
I think I'm gonna try a tiny hut and see what comes to interrupt.
Oh, that's a good point. So, do you want to do the scouting whilst you're tiny hutted then?
Yeah.
So you're gonna have
Rufus fly out and
he can
Oh, I'll
squeeze
cast
between
that.
the gaps. Not only can he squeeze through the joints, he can actually squeeze through the ceiling of each cog. So he
Oh,
can
that's so
freely go through
huge.
the walls. Like there, you can go through like that. You can go through this little gap here, no problem. So just ping away, and I'll let you. I'll just follow your icon.
flap about and make sure nothing's gonna try and sneak up on us. Well, I'm gonna fly over here as well to get eyes on this other cog.
This one is filled with cabinet. 5 of them on either face of the cog.
Wait,
There's still more
with
slab.
what?
Cabinets.
Cabinet. Yeah, like wardrobes.
Oh. Okay.
Okay. Yeah, Rufus can fly into here. Down this
Hang
tunnel.
on, let me double check the range on that. I might be
Oh, it's 100
out of
feet.
bounds.
Whoop. He is, yeah, 100
Oh, yeah,
feet, right?
quite a way. Yeah, okay.
So-
So
At this point, when Rufus goes out and then comes back in, he can try to tell you what he saw, but you can't see through his eyes.
what are you saying? Cabinets? You're insane now. Don't be ridiculous.
You have to see it with your
Could
own
you-
eyes. Rufus says.
Wait, if you move to the middle, then you could see with him.
Yeah, you can. Well, not really. There he can. Yeah. On the edge of it, you can see it.
No, but if
Oh.
he hasn't moved to the middle of the
Oh, I see
stuff,
what you're saying. Yeah. Yes, and you could go back and you could look. That's true.
I'm doing this whilst ritually casting Tiny Hut, so I just
Okay,
sort of keep
I
him, looping around and
Okay. But if you can't, but you can't leave the hut once we make the hut.
Yes, that is true.
Rufus will say something as he's
I
falling.
also, if we are gonna take a rest, I actually have a more efficient way of doing this. If we are gonna take a long rest.
I thought that was
Okay.
the plan.
I want to say
Okay.
there's something that Rufus can see as he's sweeping around here. There is. First of all, give me a perception check with advantage on Rufus, because we need one of those.
24.
Nice. Okay. So there is a dark underground lake that opens in the entire chamber. Its ceiling is festooned with chains and gears, some of which appear to actually have dwarves dangling from them, and Rufus can spot them. And these gigantic, motionless stone cogs rise up from the water, but they're kind of like submerged about halfway in the water. And there are rusty metal conduits stretching from the cavern walls to the cogs. Several of them you've already traversed, the one to the control room and the one coming from the stone juggernaut room. But there is a third down the bottom right, which you've had to kind of like glue down a little bit. And there's another at the top right. And then there seems to be this central room that's cornered off, doesn't seem to be connected to the cavern wall. It's its standalone little chamber north of the middle cog. And at the very back of the cave, all the way on the far right, the tunnel does seem to continue round, and there's this water flowing from it. You can also hear the sound of a waterfall around the corner of that cavern. If you wanted to go check it out, you can let me know, and then I'll do that. But other than that, there's something else you spot with the 24 that is peculiar. The water is slimy, and there are pinpricks of phosphorescent light twinkling in the murk. and you can spot it with Rufus. They seem to be right at the bottom of the lake potentially. Occasionally just twinkles, like little stars almost.
Ooh.
And they kind of fade in and fade away. And there's tons of them littered. Every corner of the lake has these blinking lights.
Cool.
Yeah. That's everything. Oh, wait. With a 24, I might as well give you this as well. A very large shadow washes over the twinkling lights, obscuring them with its silhouette. And it's long and serpentine, like it kind of swims from side to side. That's probably when you pull yourself out of the vision, because it looked snake-like to you, and Rufus flies back.
That's our
And yeah.
Ebonith.
Oh.
While you're doing Tiny Hut, I will cast non-detection and sprinkle some diamond dust around.
Diamond dust is sprinkled. Tiny Hut is cast.
And that's
Yeah.
a third level spell, which I have a couple. I have one more now. And then I'll sit down and I was going to cast Arcane Eye.
Okay.
And just look everywhere for an hour.
Okay, click that into the chat for us. Oh, you did. Can you give me the 30 feet? Can't enter into another plane of existence. Solid barrier blocks the eye's movement. Okay, cool. Got it. So you can also begin to scout this area. I'll move your actual token. The tiny hut is completed. But Carrick, you're able to freely manipulate your eye on the exterior.
Okay.
Yeah, you can also ping wherever you want to have a look around.
I want to get into that the third cog.
Okay. The third
Okay.
cog.
Yeah, so I guess
You get
yeah,
a
I
good
wanna.
look in here. Let me just describe it.
Okay.
So, back here. The of blood. Okay. 5 teak wardrobes stand against the ironclad walls of the chamber, each with a door bearing a carved image of scene or like a scene. There are more puddles of grey slime on parts of the floor, and the room has 2 exits, one to the north, one to the southeast. The north one seems to have a adamantine portcullis blocking the passage to the tunnel beyond. And set in a metal plate above the portcullis is a row of 5 red crystals shaped like drops of blood.
5 red crystals, 5 cabinets.
To the southeast, the tunnel continues. And that's where he was just heading.
Yeah. Just to check out.
Okay.
Excellent. Dead end. This is what I wanted to see.
Okay, so in this one, a life-sized gold statue of a mastodon stands atop 1 foot high stone cog at the center of the room. Jeweled tusks sweep back from its jowls, and in its trunk, raised in a roar, inscriptions coil around the statue's body. Murals on the walls show Choltian warriors riding a living mastodon through a series of hellish landscapes, and in each scene, a different breed of devils assails them.
Okay. And then
I think at this point, Wongo would be in your mind because they share this vision as well. And they say, "Ah, what barriers? Smash the wardrobes, obviously. That's the solution." You can pass through the portcullis because it's an eye, right? It's only
yes, as long as there's room for 1-inch gaps.
then congrats, you have passed through.
Interesting.
More puddles of slime adorn the corner as you begin to pass down towards this long, wide staircase. You see littered around are scraps and rusted bits of metal, and there is a flashing of light up ahead. Something like lightning coursing in between the chamber beyond. Let me just grab a. Mhm. And in this chamber, it looks like a simple circle from up above, as in like the top down, but it is actually an incredibly long column that you're inside, and you look up and into the distance, and the furthest point you can see is this roiling cloud. Lightning streaks around in the cloud, and if you look down, there is what looks to be a tiny platform, but beyond that, there is another cloud. And in between those two clouds, like channeling all the way from one length to the other, is a chain. Let me just grab it for you. Yeah, it is probably about. Oh boy, I'm trying to give you the estimate. It's probably about 200 feet. That's how long that thing
Damn.
is. Yeah, and the gulf between rattles with those two. There's two of them, thick chains that just rattle between the gulf. And the cloudy vortex is lit by the purple lightning. The other is so they kind of disappear into that. The other is wrapping around an enormous metal gear floating 100 feet below, and that was the platform I mentioned. Actually, a gear,
Hmm.
and another 100 feet below that is where the second vortex rages. The chamber beyond, as you kind of hover with your arcane eye, you can see something else. It's another dead end, but in here, there is a bronze apparatus centered on a hinged arm. Slowly rotating within the arm is a 10-foot diameter globe decorated by a topography like forming into maps, landforms, and oceans. There is concentric rings of brass constraining the device, and all rotating and bearing their own kind of lesser spheres. One of those spheres has sharp points and appears sunlight. Carvings of tall, headless humanoids decorate the walls of the room as well. All the scouting, all the
All
information.
the scouting, just, and then I'll move back. And so these stairs go down.
They do actually. Another set of stairs go down.
I mean, I probably should go down there.
Oh boy. Okay, sure.
Is there any
We
chance
might
you
have
could
to
drag
end.
Rufus alongside because
Yeah.
can't
Okay.
see.
Oh,
No
you guys
problem.
haven't been able to see all this?
No,
Do we
Okay.
not? Do we not have shared vision? If I can see you guys.
I can't. We can't. I
Or
can't
yes,
see
'cause I
Cloud
can.
for some reason.
I can see
Shit.
I messed up. Alrighty, let's move him through. Rufus is on the hunt. This is the corridor of metal. What do? Okay. What was it? Yeah. So there's also graven images along this hallway of rotting corpses, and the floor is littered with tarnished coins, pieces of armor, broken shields, axe heads, other bits of scrap metal. This is the 40-foot diameter vertical shaft here, if you're looking. And that's the roiling purple lightning. And then finally, this room is the strange armillary sphere.
Okay.
And I believe that's everything, except for the weird mastodon head down below.
And Carrick is just kind of, as he's like in this trance doing this, he's relaying everything. He's just kind of saying it, eyes rolled back in his head, just saying it to the whole group.
Okay. We will end very
So
shortly, but we're going to give you one last vision of the
level
last
6.
level. This is all happening in a very long, extended cinematic. But yeah, down below, we'll see what the final chamber holds. 'Cause there's no barrier here. Perhaps they don't expect anyone getting this far down. But Carrick, you can. And Rufus is along for the ride. Or at least he is the viewers. Okay. Carrick, let me know when you can see, and I will describe the final things.
I cannot see.
No,
I can reload.
frame.
Probably loading. I can see one of you coming over. It's a big map, of course. But I'll describe as you're loading in. As
Cool.
you're getting closer to the edge of the steps, you can see a green smoke billowing up from a bronze cauldron in the middle of this 20-foot high vaulted hall. Barely visible through the haze are these 3 rocking chairs. There are several workbenches as well, heaped with haberdashery. There's a spinning wheel and even a rusty iron cage containing bigger prisoner. There's a gallery as well, 10 feet above the floor. To either side of the room, there's this balcony kind of goes around. You can see the stairs connecting to them at the far end of the room. And all around the room, there are 5 doors set into the high walls of this gallery, each carved with a geometric symbol, a triangle, a square, a pentagon, a hexagon, and finally an octagon. And the very last thing, at the very back room, is this humongous door set into the south. Looks something like this. A skeleton gate with this massive bar across the middle with these different shaped keyholes you can only imagine set into that bar. So you can see at the top left.
Mhm.
And as you look around, inside these cages are figures, one of them sobbing, one of them scratching at their skin, another seems to be shaking and rocking back and forth. Do you wish to investigate them?
Yeah.
Okay, this will be the last thing I describe then. As you near the cage with your arcane eye, peering between the bars, trying to see exactly what figure lies in here, you see hunched over, they're hugging their knees, their long brown hair kind of dangling down in front of their face. As you try to lower down, get a better view of this figure, you can tell it is a woman, an elf. She kind of sniffs and looks up, not to see you, but maybe she senses someone. Maybe there's a bond between you two. Maybe she recognizes a friend's presence. And as you see her face look up, it is the face of Ravaya in this cage,
What?
looking
Excuse me?
looking emaciated and exhausted. A downtrodden Ravaya has looked around the room. Perhaps they just sense a ghost, a false sense of hope. They lower their head back into the cage. And that is where we'll end tonight's session. Oh,
Wow.
yeah. Oh boy. Thank you very much for sticking with us and watching to the end here of The Last Resort Company. We are so clearly at the final stretch of this adventure, but there's still much to do and another gate to open, it seems. But they may have all the keys they need at this point. Just a case of kicking down the door and kicking a Serac. But we will see you next week. Till then, farewell. Bye bye.
Wow.